I hear you. Good morning, everyone. I now call to order today's meeting of the Board of Supervisors for the University of Louisiana System. As you know, due to the current circumstances, we're allowed to hold our meeting via electronic means. Today is a hybrid version. We have some members present. Before we begin, Erica, would you please call the roll?
Miss Olivia Bailey. Here. Mr. James Carter. Dr. Jimmy Clark.
Here.
Dr. John Condos. Mr. Edward Crawford. Miss Lola Donahoe.
Present.
Dr. Pamela Egan.
Here.
Mr. Tom Kitchen.
Here.
Miss Mimi Methvin. Here. Mr. Sean Murphy.
Here.
Mr. Al Perkins. Miss Elizabeth Pierre. Here. Mr. Virgil Robinson.
Here.
Mr. Mark Romero.
Here.
Miss Christine Russell. Mr. Joe Salter.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Erica.
And James Carter is here also.
Thank you.
If I would ask Mrs. Salter to please lead us in our invocation this morning.
All right, if you would, we pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity again today. You've served, Lord, for your guidance and direction. And Lord, as always, it's our prayer that decisions that we're in the best interest of the taxpayers in our state, and also, Lord, of course, the students that we serve. Lord, we are particularly, in a particular way, would ask for guidance because we find ourselves in difficult circumstances. Lord, there are social issues that need to be addressed, must be addressed. In addition to that, Lord, we're still battling the pandemic, and for these reasons and others, Lord, we would, in a special way, ask for your leadership and guidance, not only in this meeting, but throughout the to come. We thank you for the many ways that you've blessed us, and we ask for forgiveness of sin for Christ's sake. Amen.
Amen.
This year, and certainly want to acknowledge and express a big thank you to many of you who played a role in establishing what will begin the tradition of passing the mantle, in our case, the gavel from last year's student member, Rachel Laudiger, and newly elected student board member, Olivia Bailey. We appreciate all of the work that Rachel's done this past year to help advance the work of our board. She's been engaged in spite of her other responsibilities as a student and student leader. We're excited to award to Rachel the first ever ULS Award Scholarship. I would ask our board member, Al Perkins, who is also a member of our foundation board, to interject some comments at this time.
Hey, good morning. Yes, good morning. You can hear me?
Yes.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning. Rachel, first of all, just wanted to tell you how excited we are and how proud we are of everything that you have done. You have represented the students of Louisiana well, and more importantly, you have represented your family well. And one of the things that we've been blessed with, which Chairman Romero has already mentioned, is having outstanding student board members. And a few years ago, we had started trying as a board to kind of show our appreciation with a small gift and a monetary gift. And each year we've gotten a better board member and a better board member and a better board member. And this year, the stuff that you've done, you've knocked it out of the park. But more importantly, we've been following your professional desires and careers. So what we want to do as the foundation part of the board, and with the leadership of Mark Romero as the chair of the UL system and Dr. Henderson, is that we want to establish a $5,000 scholarship that will go to our student board members on their way as they leave their position with the system. And we are proud that you will be our first one to receive that scholarship. It will have to be approved by the board for the University of Louisiana Foundation that I sit on, but we know and feel very strong that it will be approved. And we want you to be our first recipient of that $5,000 scholarship. And this is something that we want to continue on for all of our student board members to come. And you have followed the legacy of many, many great board members to come, and the value that you have brought to this position has been noticed and it has been felt. And we are glad to be able to start this $5,000 scholarship with you. So Rachel, we wish you the best, and we know that you're going to continue to represent the entire University of Louisiana system, and we just look forward to sitting back and watching all the things that you're going to do. And we know that you are truly a change agent, and you know, it's just going to be fun watching where your career and what your life will bring to.
Oh my goodness. I am rarely speechless, but it doesn't last very long. And most people in this room can attest to that. In the spring of 2018, I went to my first UL System Day, mostly as a favor to my then SGA president and a chance to get out of class, not even able to name all 9 of the universities in our system. And I remember the first time I walked around and connected the dots and recognized the strength that these 9 universities have in the state, and also recognized friends and colleagues in each of the tents. And it was the first time I ever truly felt connected to every corner of the state that I have family or professional ties to. And 2 years later, here I sit, having represented all 9 of those universities I wouldn't have known the first thing about when I took this oath of office a year ago. Dr. Henderson has heard portions of my revelations, realizing just how important each of these institutions are. And it's not about the one that you hail or the one where your parents went. It's about the strength of these 9 institutions making our state better and making our students better. And I'm a personal example of, I think, hopefully making the state better, because a year ago, I was leaving Louisiana and I was never coming back. And I was always going to be proud to be from here, but I wanted to go work and develop myself in another state. And after the UL System Conference in January, no matter where, grad school or law school, I had to come back to Louisiana. I had to come back home. And after the board retreat in February, the next day, I applied to grad and law school at LSU because I could not leave. I could not turn my back on the state and on people who had invested in me and listened to me thus far and paved a way for my colleagues and I to continue to improve this state and make it a place that people want to stay. You all have made this a place that I can't leave. Not just that I want to stay, I cannot leave. And if there is no other reason for my having been on this board, it's to but I believe that there's so many more trees that will grow from the seeds that we planted over the last year. And my only wish going forward is that Olivia blows me out of the water. And I have no doubt that she will. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Truly, it's been an amazing year.
It is our $5,000 for going to grad school.
Rachel, we're very proud of the contributions you made during your time of service, and certainly are indebted to you for the things that you're going to help us to continue to do And today is an opportunity to recognize how important a seamless transition of student leadership on our board is to us, and I think is to our system and to the students and faculty throughout the state. So in recognition of what we want to establish as tradition, we will today pass the gavel. And if you would join me in the front, we'll meet Olivia and ultimately have her oath administered. So being this is our first, we certainly think it's symbolic of what we want to continue. Welcome aboard. With that wonderful job, Olivia.
I, Olivia Bailey. Do solemnly swear. That I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States. And the Constitution and laws of this state. And I will faithfully and impartially discharge. And perform all the duties incumbent upon me. As a student board member of the Board of Supervisors. As a student board member of the Board of Supervisors. Of the University of Louisiana System. And according to the best of my ability and understanding. So help me God.
Congratulations.
Awesome. Go Warhawks. Congratulations. Awesome.
Olivia, if you would, maybe offer some comments at this time.
Wait, sir.
Floor is yours, ma'am.
Oh. Well, I think we can all say the least that I have some pretty big shoes to fill next year. Rachel, I just want to say thank you for being a mentor to me, a friend, and I could have never, ever thought that I would be sitting in your place last year when I met you. I just want to thank you for constantly encouraging me to do this because I really do owe it to you. I'm extremely grateful for this position, to say the least. It is the biggest honor that I've ever had. And I can't wait to do this job to my fullest abilities, especially in a time of uncertainty when the student voice is going to be greater than ever before and needs to be heard. And so I'm very excited to get to work, and thank you all. Thanks, Mom.
Pretty important detail. Mom, you have a lot to be proud of, and she'll make you proud over this next year. You know, obviously, we're excited to have Olivia as a new student board member. Olivia is going to serve on our academic, athletic, executive, finance, and legislation committees. In that same spirit is my understanding that many of our incoming SGA presidents have joined us via Zoom, and thank you all for taking the time to celebrate this momentous occasion, and I think this very significant occasion, and hope to see you in future years. I'll ask Ms. Hailey to introduce the 2020-2021 SGA presidents at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. So we have our SGA presidents. I'm sure, like Mr. Romero said, most of them are joining via Zoom. And so I'll start by reintroducing Olivia Bailey. And as you all know, Olivia is from Lake Charles, Louisiana. And Olivia attends University of Louisiana at Monroe. And for those of you who do not know, Olivia is a senior majoring in risk management and insurance. Next, we have Stephen Wilson of Grambling State University. Stephen is a senior from Winfield who is majoring in biology. This is Stephen's second term as SGA president. Next, we have Zach Little, who is also from Winfield. He is majoring in accounting. Zach serves as the vice chair for the Student Advisory Council. Gavin Labiche is a senior at McNeese State University who is majoring in English literature. Gavin is from Lake Charles. Next, we have Ethan Naquin, who is from Thibodaux, Louisiana. He is a senior at Nicholls State University and a biology pre-med major. Nick Hopkins is a senior at Northwestern. He's majoring in business administration and is from Bossier City. Nick Hopkins is the chair of the Student Advisory Council. Next, we have L'Oreal Williams, who is a business management and marketing major at Southeastern, where she is a senior. L'Oreal is from Kenner, Louisiana, and she currently serves as the service learning and civic coordinator for the Student Advisory Council. Next is Hailey Boutte, who is a senior at UL Lafayette, where she is majoring in strategic communications. She's from Shreveport. Hailey is this year's chair for the Board of Regents, Council of Student Body Presidents. Last but certainly not least, we have Julianne Romero. Julianne is a New Iberia native who is a senior at UNO. Julianne is majoring in political science pre-law and minoring in sociology. So please join me in welcoming these SGA presidents for 2021.
Thank you, Ms. Hailey. And I want to thank all of you for your commitment and time that you're going to devote to service. We know that you make an important contribution to the success of our campuses and know that your voices will be heard. So we welcome your involvement as we proceed over the course of this next year. In order to proceed with today's meeting, I need a motion and a second to accept the certificate of inability to operate due to lack of a quorum in compliance with the directives of Governor John Bel Edwards, the CDC, and the local and state governing health authorities and officials. So moved. Moved by Mr. Murphy, second by Ms. Pierre. Eric, if you could roll call.
Ms. Olivia Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. James Carter?
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. John Conrad? Mr. Edward Crawford?
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Pamela Egan?
Yes.
Mr. Thomas Kitchen? Ms. Naquin? Yes. Mr. Tom Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Al Perkins?
Yes.
Ms. Elizabeth Pierre?
Yes.
Mr. Virgil Robinson?
Yes.
Mr. Mark Romero?
Yes.
Ms. Christine Russell? Mr. Joe Salter? Motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Colley. I would like to also advise you that the content of today's Zoom meeting, including chat, is being recorded and subject to public records requests, so please keep that in mind as we conduct business. To members of the public who are viewing this via Zoom or in attendance, be reminded that anyone who wishes to make a public comment on a particular agenda item must send a chat message to the moderator. In the message, please include your full name, affiliation, as well as the item number upon which you'd like to comment. You'll be allowed to share your video, audio, or comment in person at the appropriate time, or if you prefer, your comment can be read by a member of our system staff. Direct those comments to publiccomment@ulsystem.edu. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. May I also have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the past 2 meetings, April 23rd and May 12th. Moved by Ms. Methvin, second by Ms. Bailey. Eric, if you'd please call the roll.
Here. I mean, yes, sorry.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Dr. Corn?
Yes.
Dr. Condos? Mr. Crawford?
Yes.
Ms. Donahoe?
Yes.
Dr. Egan?
Yes.
Mr. Kitchen?
Yes.
Ms. Medley? Thank you. Ms. Medley? Yes. Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
Pierre?
Yes.
Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Ms. Russell? Mr. Salter?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you again, Ms. Carter. I'll get to thank you a number of times today. Today, we're meeting as a committee of the whole, and every member of the board can vote on all items. As been our practice, the chairs of the committees will conduct the business of each particular committee. Any questions at this time? May I have a motion to dispense with committee deliberations and meet as a committee of the whole?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Murphy, second by Ms. Pierre. If you call the roll, please.
Yes.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Clark?
Yes.
Can't hear you.
Yeah.
Yes, me, but I can hear Erica.
Dr. Egan?
Yes, but I'm having a hard time hearing too.
Testing. Okay, that's better.
Better.
Thank you. Mr. Kitchen?
Yes.
Ms. Medvin? Yes. Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
Ms. Pierre? Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Ms. Russell? Mr. Salter?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Carley.
You're welcome.
We'll commence deliberations this morning with the Academic and Student Affairs Committee. Ms. Donahoe, would you please address the items under the Academic and Student Affairs Committee agenda? Ms. Donahoe? I think you might be muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
We have 6 items on the Academic and Student Affairs Committee agenda today. There are 5 consent items that require approval, and 1 item that is only a report and does not require approval. Each member previously received executive summaries and associated information on these items. Dr. Janine Pond, Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs, will provide the report. Dr. Khan?
Thank you, Ms. Donahoe, and good morning to you, Chair Romero, President Henderson, and members of the board here in attendance at UL Lafayette, and of course, attending via Zoom. There are indeed 5 items that you all will consider this morning, and one that is information that will be provided by Dr. Norris. I'll go ahead and move through each item quickly. And of course, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Agenda item F1 is a request from Grambling State University for approval of an undergraduate certificate in data analytics. Data analytics is the science of analyzing raw data in order to make conclusions about information. In turn, such information can be used to optimize processes to increase efficiency and productivity of a business or an organization. It allows for informed decision-making so that organizations can go beyond the what, get to the why, and plan for what's next. Grambling would like to offer an 18 credit hour undergraduate certificate in this discipline that will provide students with core knowledge specific to data analytics, along with flexibility in selecting 2 courses so they can tailor-make the UC to their career interests. The proposed UC aligns with Grambling's work toward expanding data analytics training that is supported by NSF funding that was provided to the institution starting in 2018. Agenda item F2 is a request from McNeese State University for approval of a post-baccalaureate certificate in special education, mild moderate for secondary education, grades 6 through 12. The proposed 18 credit hour PBC, which will be offered 100% online, will provide secondary education certified teachers with a pathway to acquire coursework for additional add-on special education certification and to gather knowledge necessary to educate every student in their classroom, be it a special education classroom or an inclusive environment. F3 is a request from Southeastern Louisiana University for approval of an Associate of General Studies. President Crane will join us via Zoom to provide you with information about this proposed AGS and how it is relevant to the institution at this time. President Crane.
Thank you, Dr. Khan. Good morning, Chairman Romero, members of the board, President Henderson. I appreciate the opportunity to visit with you a few minutes this morning about this proposal. It may seem at first blush a little bit unusual for a four-year institution to be asking for approval to offer an associate degree, in this case, an Associate of General Studies. Southeastern for many years offered this degree program. It was a healthy, viable program. We eliminated it in 2012 in response to the Louisiana Grad Act. As you may recall, that legislation encouraged four-year institutions to eliminate associate degree programs, two-year degree programs. And we did that really solely to comply with, or because we were encouraged to do so by the provisions of the Grad Act. We've realized in recent years that that was probably a mistake. Because the degree allowed us to serve a certain number of students, a certain population of students, and we believe would allow us, if we were granted the opportunity to offer the program again, to serve those students well. Let me tell you a little bit about the students in particular that we see as benefiting from this program. This is not a program that we would recruit widely in our regular incoming freshman class. We would not recruit students to this program. We recruit students to baccalaureate programs and then obviously graduate programs. But for students that come to the university with the goal of earning a baccalaureate degree, invariably there are a certain number of those students who run afoul of various issues in their lives that require them to leave the institution before they complete their degree. And it would benefit them if we had the opportunity to provide them with an associate degree for those who have earned the necessary credit hours, that we could do that. That way they would leave with a credential rather than leaving without a credential. So it's not a huge population of students, but it's a population of students that we see routinely and that we would be able to serve and provide a credential to at really no cost to the institution. The other population that we see a potential benefit in being able to serve with this degree is other students who were at the university and earned credit but left and have been gone for some time, but might be interested in the Compete LA program and returning and earning additional credits. Now, of course, we would love and prefer for those students to come back and complete their baccalaureate degree, but the associate degree would be a nice stepping stone to allow them to earn a credential, and then hopefully we would be able to continue enrolling them and moving them toward earning their baccalaureate degree. So it's not a huge population of students, but it's a population of students that we believe that we could serve with this program, and would give us another tool in our toolbox at being able to increase educational attainment in our region and in our state. As I mentioned, there's no cost for us to do this because we already offer the bachelor's degree in general studies. We already have the courses and the faculty to teach the courses. And we do have, of course, a partner two-year institution in our region, North Shore Technical Community College. I have visited a couple of times with Chancellor Wainwright, who is the leader of that institution, and he understands fully the reason that we want to have this tool in our toolbox and is not opposed to us offering this program. So that's our rationale and what we're requesting. I'll be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Question? Hello?
Dr. Clark?
Yes, Dr. Crane. I appreciate sincerely the intent and effort to provide an opportunity for students who perhaps have not otherwise been able to achieve a credential, and this certainly gives them that opportunity. My hesitation or my reservation in this conversation is that if I'm correct, this is the first associate degree I think that the board will have been considering in what, 6 years or so? Janine, is that correct?
Correct, Dr. Clark.
Okay, and so I think it's a significant step, and I just want to be sure that we are doing so with eyes wide open, and I think with a sense of partnership with the two-year provider in the state, LCTCS. I appreciated that you said that you've been talking to Will Wainwright on this, and that there is, I guess, acceptance or going forward. Have you had other conversations with LCTCS personnel? Is their board on board, or does that matter, or does it not? I'm not certain at this point. I just want to be sure that there is communication and dialogue that is in fact occurring.
I have not had any conversation with that system other than Dr. Wainwright. Of course, they are our partner, local partner institution, so that's my normal avenue of communication. I would just remind everyone that we have multiple institutions, multiple four-year institutions that still offer this degree program. And quite frankly, in retrospect, they apparently saw something that I didn't back in 2012 and had the wisdom to retain the program. So I think I don't think this is something that you necessarily would expect to see a lot of associate degree programs come before our board. And again, we're not asking to do this to go out and recruit students into that program from our normal pool of students. And in fact, I've told Dr. Wainwright in some of our discussions, and I fully believe he takes me at my word, that if we have students that are admissible to Southeastern and they come through our admissions process and make it known to us that their goal is a two-year degree, we will refer them to North Shore because that's their primary business. This for us is really a tool that we would use in specialized circumstances. And it's really for the benefit of those students.
Supervisor Clark, if I may add, I spoke with Monty Sullivan directly on this, and he was fully supportive of the program and actually offered for himself or Will Wainwright to come testify in support until they realized we would be in Lafayette.
And I don't blame him. Even being here in Lafayette, I'm not with you. Again, I appreciate that, and I'm glad to know that Dr. Sullivan and the board is supportive. Dr. Crane, you mentioned that there are 4 or 5 other programs, I think, that are in existence, the Associate General Studies degree. I did, and Dr. Khan, thank you for having a conversation with me yesterday. I would like to continue to understand what happens to those individuals who receive those degrees. Who are they? What do they look like? I want to be sure it's a credential of value, or that there is something. I mean, we want to certainly give someone a credential if they have earned it. I just don't want it to become something that people go to and then think they're getting something and don't. It always concerns me on that front.
Brother Clark, if I could, I would suggest that few, if any, students, I doubt any students, come to our institutions with the ambition to get an associate of general science or general studies. I will tell you that the work that's being done by our faculty group on core competencies, core capabilities, and defining those capabilities and how they relate to the general education core will add significant value to this. I believe it'll add substance to it because it'll actually define what these outcomes are. And while it wasn't driven by this associate degree, I think it's a complementary effort that will allow us to articulate that value better. A certificate for the value or an associate degree for a paper is not a worthwhile document for us, but one that has a piece of paper that connotes an achievement of certain competencies that are valuable to the individual and valuable in the marketplace, I think makes a great deal of sense.
Yes, and if I might add, Dr. Clark and I had a conversation yesterday about the proposed AGS and looking at who are those students and what are they doing? Why are they in a two-year program that's offered by a four-year institution? And just for the benefit of all board members and those in attendance, the UL system does offer 5 associate degrees or Associate of General Studies degrees and a total of 15 associate degrees in a whole host of disciplines. Most of those being technical in nature that they were offering prior to when the Grad Act went into effect, with that caveat of trying to transition all associate degrees to the community college environment. When looking at 2 of our producing schools that have the most graduates, the most completers in AGS, that being, I spoke with Northwestern and with Nicholls. The majority of those students are students that are enrolling at those institutions to complete prerequisite courses for allied health programs. So if you need to be admissible or you're interested in becoming a rad tech, dental hygienist, and so on and so forth, there are a set of courses that you need to complete in order to even apply for the allied health program. When these students go to enroll in one of these associate general studies, these students want to 2 birds, 1 stone. They want to complete the prerequisite courses and then receive a credential as well. And so that's what's so attractive about the AGS. Very few and far between are enticed to go to Northwestern, to go to Nicholls, to go to ULM and pursue that AGS. Otherwise, those students are making their path toward the community college. I will say, Dr. Clark, the role of this management board is to ensure or to help our universities remain on task when it comes to the role, scope, and mission. I would be hard pressed as provost of the system to have an associate degree land on my desk that there wouldn't be a very lengthy conversation about the purpose and the intent, because our role, scope, and mission collectively is at the baccalaureate and above.
And I appreciate hearing that Dr. Khan very much. And I also appreciate very much the fact that Dr. Crane and Dr. Wainwright have been, collaborative, working together. I think it's a mutually beneficial circumstance. I just wanted to be sure that there is, an understanding going forward or an expectation, and that this is not just a unilateral, suddenly the system is going to be looking at, 2-year degrees.
No, sir. And I will say the wonderful thing about Southeastern and North Shore is that is one of the best models for partnership that I've seen between a 4-year and a 2-year institution. They have worked a great deal together in their transferability of their students and between their degree programs, and as well as credentialing North Shore faculty, because the institution is not accredited by SAC-COC as of yet. They're still working through that process. So Southeastern has given of their time and their expertise to credential those faculty. So when students at North Shore complete an English 101, that English 101 will transfer to another institution. So they have a healthy relationship, as it always should be. And so I don't think establishing this AGS would dilute that relationship whatsoever.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I got one quick question.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Crane, when the associate degree was offered at Southeastern, approximately how many degrees were awarded on an annual basis?
We had about averaging 50 to 60 students prior to the elimination of that program, and we were graduating 15 to 20 students. So it was not, as I said when I started, it was not a large program.
Okay, and so your annual graduation is about 1,500, 1,600 students?
Oh, yes, overall?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm talking about the AGS.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
And Mr. Kitchen, to put it into perspective, their Bachelor of Gender Studies, General Studies at Southeastern annually completes 214 students.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? All right, we'll move forward. Agenda item F4 is a request from the University of New Orleans for approval of a PhD in Justice Studies. I've asked President Nicholls, who's here with us today, to provide you with an overview of this very innovative, dynamic doctoral program that is extremely relevant at this point in time in our history. So, Dr. Nicholls?
Thank you, Dr. Khan, Chair Romero, members of the board, President Henderson. Thank you for considering this item today. It's been a long process. We started 2 years ago, and it's very timely and relevant that we're here today considering this. As the city's university, the University of New Orleans really is a home for social justice. Going back to when we opened our doors to all New Orleanians, with the help of civil rights attorney A.P. Tureau. Our city is where Homer Plessy challenged racial segregation of the time. And although the result of Plessy versus Ferguson, which upheld the constitutionality of racial segregation, was important, it really was an impetus for greater efforts to turn the tide, starting with Brown versus Board of Education. The city and the university are really rich with both successes and failures with regard to social justice and equity issue. And my team and I have spent a lot of time trying to understand the weight of that history. And we're working hard to make UNO a more accessible, diverse, and safe and inclusive campus. As the only public research university in the city, I feel strongly that we have an obligation to catalyze change through education and research. And this doctoral degree in justice studies is one more step in creating positive change. Historically, there have been a lot of programmatic and policy decisions that perpetuate inequities, leaving the marginalized without the ability to meet basic human needs. So the practical utility of this new doctoral degree is really a critical analysis of structures in our society to determine whether they propagate inequality and inequities, or they enhance justice. The subject, as I said, could hardly be more timely or relevant. You have the details of the program in front of you, but I'm just going to point out a few points. It is quite a unique program, justice program. It addresses social justice and other issues that adversely impact Black communities and other historically underrepresented groups, including educational justice, environmental justice, urban criminology, and food insecurity. It also brings together an incredibly diverse community of students and faculty across traditional academic boundaries to take a look at the intersections of history, society, politics, and technology, because there's no one solution or no one department that is going to solve the myriad and complexity of injustice. So as you can tell, if you've gone through the proposal, there is a very long list of current faculty that have enlisted their support for their program. And if you talk to any of them, they have incredible passion around this proposal. So I'm happy to answer any detailed questions that you have about this as you read it. But particularly at this time, I'm very proud to bring this program forward so that we can really assume an even greater role in striving for racial equity and social justice.
I would like to just say I'm thrilled to see this being proposed, or seeing this coming into reality. There's no state in the country that needs examination of criminal justice and social justice issues than Louisiana, as number one in incarceration. Having been a judge for almost 30 years, it also has come over a very slow process of realization that in Louisiana, like in a lot of other states, criminal justice also contributes to a major revenue stream for cities and counties and states and parishes in Louisiana. And I hope that this will be one aspect of the investigation, that we have accepted criminal justice solutions to certain problems without actually tackling the underlying causes of some of the disparities that we are seeing. So, of course, this is the national conversation that we're having right now. So this program couldn't be more timely for us to really have a strong program in Louisiana to look at how our justice systems are put together, how they can change, and then be an influencer to legislation in Louisiana. So we have had advances in criminal justice in the last few years, but in my view, some of the initiatives have been just nibbling around the edges of sentencing, for instance, and parole, and not actually why do we have so much over policing in certain neighborhoods and not others. And so this is, couldn't be more timely, and I'm thrilled and congratulate you and the university for putting this together.
I fully agree, and thank you, Supervisor Mehta.
I would like to publicly thank Dr. Nicholls and his staff. This has been a very long 2 years to get this program in front of you today, and what they have crafted and created with their the faculty from various disciplines is unique and just brings hope for the future as we move forward. So thank you very much for your work. The next item is agenda item F5, which is a request from the University of Louisiana system to enter into a course and services agreement with Straighter Line Incorporated, specific for Compete Louisiana students. Straighter Line is a provider of student success and college readiness services, including low-cost online general education courses. This agreement will allow for Compete Louisiana students to enroll in a small collection of Straighter Line courses that can be used toward their degree, as outlined in the articulation matrix, which was designed with input from all of our chief academic officers. Compete Louisiana students that have to raise their overall GPA to be admissible as a reentry or a transfer student, those facing financial hardships, and those who want to begin their path toward degree completion but have missed a start term date will be able to benefit from this agreement. The student will work with their Compete Louisiana coach to identify a particular Straighter Line course or courses offered at a monthly fee, which includes e-textbooks at no charge along with limited tutoring. This is an agreement that we have already in existence with 3 of our institutions. Grambling, ULM, and Northwestern have worked with Straighter Line for many, many years, and so we are very excited to enter into this partnership with them for support of Compete Louisiana. And lastly, F6 is informational only. It's an item regarding UL Systems Bridging the Divide Summer Series, which we're excited to roll out, actually starting Monday, this past Monday. And at this time, I'd like to invite Dr. Norris to the table to provide you with some information about this programming opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Khan. The COVID-19 pandemic really highlighted the breadth of higher education's digital divide. And so from an equity perspective, our system feels all faculty, staff, and students, regardless of discipline, background, their experience, should have access to equitable teaching and learning environments. And so soon after all of our courses went to a remote environment, we established a digital equity and inclusion task force early March to make sure we were able to address the digital divide. And so when GEAR funds were provided or became available, we sent out requests for proposals, calling projects that really aimed at eliminating the digital divide for our faculty and staff, creating equitable teaching and learning environments. And so the intellectual capital that was apparent through these proposals was just overwhelming. We received over 120 proposals. We were only able to select 70 of them. And they align with these 4 tracks that you see on the screen before you: technology and tools for online training, quality matters, innovation, and student success. And so as Dr. Khan mentioned, these courses started this week. We have over 160 participants who have enrolled just this week. They are able to enroll in courses throughout the summer until August 7th. We are awarding badges for each course. Everyone likes an incentive. And if you get more than 6 badges in one track, you're awarded a certificate that could go on your CV. I want to make sure to mention that the amount of support that we received from our 9 campuses has just been overwhelming. Louisiana Tech built the LMS for us and has been providing technical support to all the faculty and staff around the system. We also have a director who's running the program, Katie Dawson. She really leads in this effort. She has spent countless hours helping us build this program, Bridging the Summer Divide Summer Series. We also have track leads to just help make sure that these things are running properly. We have Tanisha Mallory at UL Lafayette, as well as Dawn Benoit at UL Lafayette. We have Elizabeth Hornsby at Southeastern and Yana Posh at Northwestern. The work that this crew has done has been just tremendous. I was told I should mention that some of you might, if you struggle with technology at all, the courses are available to you and you can receive a badge and certificate. So if you guys are interested, let me know. Seriously, if you want to go and check it out and see what the great work that's happening, it's available. If you shoot me an email or Dr. Khan an email, we'll definitely connect you with that. Any questions? Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Norris. I think this is a wonderful, beautiful example of how we're navigating COVID-19 together, and under the leadership of this board, and of course, under Dr. Henderson, being able to bring the power of the 9 universities together to help support all of our faculty, staff, and students in this digital divide and improving online learning. We couldn't do it without the power and the unity of all 9 institutions. So thank you, and we look forward for the programming for the rest of the summer. Ms. Donahoe, I know you're out there in Zoom land somewhere. That concludes all of my agenda items, unless anyone has any questions. I see her.
Ms. Donahoe, you may be muted.
Ms. Donahoe, you're muted.
Yep. There you go.
There you go.
All right, thank you. If no one requires further clarification, I would like to recommend approval of items F1 through F5. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Moved by Jimmy. Is there a second?
Second.
By whom?
Sean Murphy.
By Sean. Are there any questions from the board members? Any comments from the public? I think we'll have to have a roll call vote. Is that correct, Erica?
Yes, ma'am.
Please vote yes if you approve.
Ms. Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Dr. Clark?
Yes.
Dr. Condos? Dr. Crawford? I'm sorry, Mr. Crawford?
Thank you for the correction. Yes.
Ms. Donahoe?
Yes.
Dr. Egan?
Yes.
Mr. Kitchen?
Yes.
Ms. Medvin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
Ms. Pierre?
Yes.
Mr. Robinson? Mr. Robinson? Okay, thank you. Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Ms. Russell? Mr. Salter? Thank you. Motion passes. And I've been told to ask everyone who's speaking to please speak directly into your mic so that the people in Zoom world can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Were there any oppositions to this motion, Ms. Calais?
No, ma'am.
All right. So the motion is approved. Is there any other business to come before the committee at this time?
No, ma'am.
Thank you very much. The next item is athletics.
Thank you, Ms. Donahoe. At this time, Mr. Murphy will address items under the athletic committee agenda.
Yes, sir. We have 20 items on the athletic committee today. First, Dr. Marcus Jones will give us an update on COVID-19 plans for athletics. Then Mr. Bruce Janae will provide an overview of the consent agenda items by campus and report on the latest academic progress rates. Dr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy, Chairman Romero, and Dr. Henderson and the board. The table that you see in front of you is the COVID-19 update that was provided by the ADs from the 9 institutions. I'll spend a few minutes going through that table, and then there's one other after that. And also today we have 3 of the athletic directors, David Ponton from GSU, Brian Maggard from ULL, he's actually here in the audience, and then Tim Duncan from UNO. And if you have any questions, they can answer any of the questions that you have that I can't answer. So the first column deals with the voluntary returns. As you can see, all but 2 of our institutions, GSU and UNO, have student athletes, mainly football, who returned to campus to participate in voluntary workouts. Grambling decided not to allow students to return for voluntary workouts. And of course, UNO does not have a football team. The next column deals with the mandatory return dates. And as you can see, most of our student athletes will return either in mid-July or late July, and then all the other athletes are gonna return or scheduled to return either in late July or early August. Currently on campus, there are a couple of institutions that have a small number of student athletes. There's one that has 30, and then Nicholls has 94 student athletes that are currently on campus that are participating in voluntary workouts. As far as screening is concerned, all our institutions are screening their athletes daily. And the screening that they're doing is either going to be temperature checks and or questionnaires. And then the other types of screening will be COVID-19 tests. There are a couple of institutions, 3 of our institutions, that have decided to screen all of their student athletes and test all the student athletes for COVID-19 upon their return. And the other institutions are screening on an as-needed basis. So if a student athlete either shows signs of COVID-19 or if they've been exposed by being around someone who's tested positive, then that student will be tested for COVID-19. The number of positive cases, which is the last column, next to the last column, there are a couple of institutions that have had several students test positive. We have a total of 10 students that have tested positive and 3 staff members who've tested positive. And pursuant to the COVID-19 plan for each institution, the student athlete, or if it was a staff member that tested positive, was quarantined, and most of the student athletes and staff members who have tested positive are still in quarantine because they recently tested positive for COVID-19. You'll notice in the last column under ULL, there are 5 students that actually tested positive, but you'll see the 10 are quarantined. There were 5 additional students that were in contact with 5 students that tested positive. So those students as well are in quarantine. And just to make sure you understand that all of our institutions, for the students that are in quarantine, they are providing meals for those students, 3 meals a day for the students that are on quarantine. And then the last slide is for fall sports. As it stands now, all of our institutions are planning on an on-time start, and they are they've currently created some types of capacity modeling for the amount of individuals that will be allowed in the stadium. So Louisiana Tech is looking at anywhere from 50% all the way up to 100% capacity. Northwestern is looking at doing 50%, so they reduced theirs down to 50%. So they're looking at that as well. The last thing I want to share is, as far as the budget, most of our ADs are expecting some type of budget cut. So they're working with the CFOs and the presidents to come up with plans to deal with the budget cuts that they think probably will be coming. And are there any questions?
Marcus, I have one. Marcus.
Yes.
Yeah, I have one. And I know this is, I guess I kind of look at your report as an ideal situation,
Yes.
kind of a thing. And I guess, you know, playing devil's advocate, what happens if the wheels come off of the plan? What's the plan B to disengage if all of a sudden there's either one, the universities are losing more money than what they even projected. Two, you actually have more students being endangered because there's some rapid COVID spread. Three, if their competitors, the people who they're actually competing with sports, they decide to pull the plug and say, we're not coming. It's just not safe from our institution, and we decide they're not going to play. Do we have any recourse whatsoever contractually to be able to go after, those people considering the COVID? So I guess the ideal thing that you present sounds great. I guess from a board member, I want to know what happens with the plan B if the wheels start coming off in any of those four factors that I mentioned. One, obviously student safety. Two, that it ends up costing more money, or we're losing more money than we're projected. Three, that the other teams that they may be competing with decide to, bail out, and if there's any kind of recourse in that. Or four, if the NCAA or anybody decides just to shut everything down.
Okay, I'd actually like to defer to either David or Tim, because we discussed some scenarios on a call we had earlier this week. And I'd like to have them kind of talk a little bit about what their plans are as it relates to the questions that you raised.
Good morning. Mr. Perkins, first of all, from Grambling State University, that safety issue was the primary reason we didn't bring kids back early. There are too many unknowns. There's too many things that that we can't answer right now as far as the pandemic is concerned. So that was the reason why we did not come back early. Now, to answer your questions about whether or not if the wheels come off the plane, if we have an outbreak or if another team have an outbreak, obviously those games will not be played. They will not be played. Unlike some of our larger institutions that have TV contracts, those games are not games that we would look at as far as being profitable games when we play home and home, as far as conference games, those kind of things. So anything that would interfere with safety, we will not play those games. We will not play those games. So if there's the pandemic, if it starts back up and things get worse, then I can foresee us not being able to play a game. We will call the game.
And Mr. Patton, first of all, thank you. I appreciate that. And I have been following what Grambling has been doing, and I read some of the comments that the football coach made, and I'll personally say I'm in agreement with a lot of his comments that he has made as it relates to bringing the athletes back too early. So you dealt with the contractual issue as it relates to not having the TV contracts, but are there any money that we will lose? Let's say, for instance, the day before a game, we find out we have to cancel it. Does that change the money equation for us estimating the cost or possible losses that sports program may have if you have to cancel last minute?
Well, if we have to cancel last minute, obviously you're going to have to refund tickets. So that's the biggest cost that you're going to have. However, you're not paying for some of the other things that you would have to pay for, which is officials, security, those kind of things, parking. So we would have it would be a loss. Obviously, it would be a loss. However, that loss does not outweigh the fact that, the safety of the kids and the safety of the other teams that are performing.
Absolutely, and I definitely agree with the safety of the kids is my number one concern. Starting off, the second part, and kind of delve into the ticket things. As far as your season ticket holders for these different sporting events, how are y'all managing those? Because if you're talking about limiting the amount of capacity at different stadiums and things such as that, how are y'all managing, or what are y'all thoughts about managing those season ticket holder type scenarios? Or do you feel that the season ticket holders are not that significant to where it's gonna encroach too much on this 50% capacity that maybe y'all are suggesting?
Well, we have a 19,000 seat arena, and our season ticket holders, even with the reduction, will not impact us as far as safe distancing and that kind of thing. We're going to make sure we move the students to the visitor side, and we're going to be able to do more social distancing as far as our season ticket holders are concerned. So we have a plan in place as far as that's concerned.
Okay. Those are my just my question. Again, the safety is the big piece, the physical safety of the kids, and then of course, wondering about the financial, especially since over the past 4 or 5 years, we've worked very hard in pulling a lot of our sporting programs out of the negative financial situation that some have been in. And I don't want us to, one, lose any student life, but two, not to go backwards on some of our financial gains that we've made by being too premature or being premature in moving forward. So those are my concerns, Marcus, and I appreciate you, David, for commenting on there. Chairman Robinson, I'm sorry, Chairman Sean Murphy, I'm sorry for interrupting.
I do want to interject one more thing, Mr. Perkins. We would lose, if we don't play the first 3 games, we would lose $1.1 million as far as revenue is concerned. That's approximately 20% to 25% of our revenue projections in those first 3 games. So that's the significance of not playing the first 3 games. However, like we're saying, if the safety of the kids is going to be in jeopardy as far as the pandemic is concerned, that's the loss that we're going to have to find other ways to kind of live with.
And Mr. Perkins, this is Duncan at the University of New Orleans. I'd like to jump in as well. And although we don't have football, we're all very much connected in that we want the health of our student athletes as well as the students at large. So that's our first priority. But if things were to turn for the worst and athletics doesn't happen, we would still bear all the expenses from the scholarships and salaries without realizing any of the revenue. So that upside down scenario that I wanted to make sure that you were very clear on, that while we're absolutely looking to take care of our student athletes, that's the first priority. But if athletics don't happen the way they have happened, if there are restrictions on the amount of people that can come to our games, that will be a negative impact on our revenue, and we'd still bear all those expenses. And if by what we hope doesn't happen, if all the sports are canceled or the NCAA tournament is shut down, then we're looking at an event level that many of us, not just in the state of Louisiana, but the entire country, will have difficulty recovering. We had the South End Conference had a meeting with the NCAA's finance CFO, and she said that the NCAA will be in dire trouble if we don't have the men's basketball tournament again for this year. So just to put it in perspective, that it is really critical that we're in a tenuous state. I think that's the best way to put it, that if athletics if it's shut down for the entire year, then many of us will have to, I'm not sure what we'll do to continue to overcome some of the expenses that we'll still currently have without having any of the revenue.
And Mr. Duncan, I appreciate you bringing it up. I think I got a message earlier today. I haven't had a chance to source verify, but I think it's a pretty reliable source that the NFL just canceled their Hall of Fame game due to health concerns of stuff. So, again, I'm just following that and just trying to be realistic about our scenario as it relates to our student safety, and then obviously our the safety of our economics as it relates to the system and what kind of hit that we may be possibly taking.
If I could ask a question or two. Do I have the floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Sean. Just, aren't there contracts that are signed with each school that where we're playing football? I mean, is there an individual contract that spells out terms and conditions that, under which, we are expected to perform certain obligations? And it seems like there probably should be some contract provisions with regard to cancellations in terms, and then that would lead to spelling out what our obligations might be under cancellation. And then, perhaps maybe there are some force majeure type of exceptions, which says that, due to circumstances beyond everybody's control, then you basically are not obligated to play the game or to perform. So maybe it's a question really that needs more research. I don't know if the contracts are standard contracts, that are identical in all respects with regard to terms and conditions. But it seems like to me there should be some force majeure type of, clause in there that, would give some relief with regard to the financial obligations in the event that we don't play. So I think in terms of anticipating the worst and hoping for the best, we are to look at each one of the contracts, ask our athletic directors to examine each contract and to look at it, from a worst case outcome in terms of what the obligations might be with regard to, because there may be certain timelines, dates that are important, by which we have to give notice. We can't just wait until the week before the game. We can't wait. I don't know what those dates are, but each game you may have to develop a timeline of how and when you're going to make decisions with regard to whether you play or don't play. Now, obviously, schedules are only as good as the circumstances and assumptions upon which they're based, but it does seem like we ought to have some detailed plan of action that enable the non-schools to consistently be able to anticipate every eventuality as we can, presently think of them. The other thing that I would encourage each school to do is that in the event that we cannot play games, that we should, as financially painful as it might be, we should offer a future credit or a refund, and then let the ticket holder, make that determination. I've had a couple of experiences recently where I've committed for certain future events, and they have been the agencies have been dealing with very difficult to deal with, and it's been a frustration, and it's only built up more hard feelings than anything else. So, we need to be above board and communicate with all of the community, for each university, and let them know that we're working and doing the best we can to provide what it is that we are obligated to provide, but we're going to do it in a very safe, considerate manner.
If I can respond, all of our contracts will have a force majeure clause that gives you an out on certain events that make the game impossible to play. So yeah, most of them do have those, and they do. We still have the expenses that are count with the scholarships, but it may reduce us from the expenses that we have from that game day. But yeah, most of the contracts, even at our school, at basketball and baseball or what have you, as well as football, have those force majeure clauses. And then as far as refunds, I think that's a standard operating practice. For example, our baseball season, as you know, was interrupted last year by COVID-19. And we gave all of our season ticket holders 3 options. They can get a refund, they can donate the balance of their season tickets to one of our donation accounts, or they can get a credit for the future year. So we gave them 3 options. They appreciated the options. Most of them took the donation credit. I think we only got 4 or 5 returns, and we cheerfully did that. And and so for here at the University of New Orleans, we'll do the same thing with basketball. Again, we don't have that. We don't have football here, but that's the same practice that we'll have for basketball season coming up.
Thank you.
And also, Mr. Kitchen, we have the same policies here at Grambling State University. Our ticket holders get 3 options. They can donate, they can look at a future credit, or they can be refunded. And all of our football contracts, we are closely aligned with those institutions that we're playing. So we have drop dates that we will or will not play the game. And we also have out clauses for each one of those games, those contracts.
Thank you.
Question?
Yes, sir. Dr. Clark, go ahead.
Yeah, Marcus, I'm curious, the chart that you showed with the number of cases and so on, per campus, is that athletes only?
Yeah, athletes only.
And maybe the question isn't to you, but in general, do we collect that overall for the entire student population? Do we have a sense of, how impacted COVID is on campuses?
I don't have those figures right now. I don't know if Erica or Janine if they have anything from the campus.
Supervisor Clark, if I could, the reason we have that on athletes is because we are actually the ones administering the test. For students that are on campus in general, we're not the entity that is controlling the testing. We would have data associated with contact tracing if that had occurred. And so if we have, for instance, we have student workers at one of our institutions that a few have been confirmed positive. And so the institution is aware of those as well. We can collect that data in the best way possible, but it's a difference between whether we're controlling the testing environment or if it's subject to public health.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Great dialogue. Bruce, we'll give it to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Murphy, and board members, and Dr. Henderson. We have a number of athletic contract items, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. We start out with items G2 to G5 from McNeese. Approval of contracts with Georgia Pozan, head women's tennis coach, Michael Flutie, head women's golf coach, Derek Planaski, head men's golf coach, and Brendan Gilroy, head men's women's track coach. G6 is from Nicholls. It is approval of supplemental compensation to certain athletic department employees. Funding will be provided on behalf of the Nicholls State University Foundation from private donations. G7 from Northwestern, approval of a new contract with Anna Nims, head women's basketball coach. Items G8 to G13 are for Southeastern, approval of contracts with Timothy Donnelly, associate baseball coach, Ben Gibson, associate baseball coach, Kenneth Lee, associate women's basketball coach, Corey Mastretta, head track and field coach, William Norrow, head golf coach, and James Reiser, head men's baseball coach. Items G14 to G17 from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, approval of contracts and or amendments with Austin Armstrong, assistant football coach, Bobby Disher, assistant football coach, Dr. Brian Maggard, director of athletics, and Ms. Heather Fontenot, who's the head volleyball coach. Items G18 and 19 come from the University of Louisiana at Monroe, approval of contractual amendments with their head men's golf coach, Tim Baldwin, and a contract with Matt Viator, head football coach. And finally, item G20 is from the University of New Orleans, approval of a continuing contract with Keyshawn Davenport, head women's basketball coach. And two, I wanted to mention that we have recently received the academic progress report in May of 2020 that was released by the NC2A for all Division I teams. I'm proud to say that out of 119 teams that we have, out of 121 teams we have, 119 exceeded the benchmarks that are set by the NC2A. So very, very glad to see that, because it seems like each year that I report this, we have less and less teams who fell below the threshold. And Mr. Murphy, that is all the items that I have at this time.
Thank you very much, Bruce. All of these agenda items have been reviewed by staff and recommended for approval. Of course, if any member has a question or wishes to discuss any of these items, please let me know. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Any comments from the public? If no one requires further clarification of the consent agenda items, may I have a motion and a second for approval of items G2 to G20?
So moved.
Ms. Methvin makes the move.
Second.
Mr. Romero. We've got a, let's see, we got a roll call. But I still need a motion and a second, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then is there any discussion? Okay, Eric.
Ms. Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. Carter? Dr. Clark?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Condos? Mr. Crawford?
Yes.
Ms. Donahoe?
Yes.
Dr. Egan? Okay. Mr. Kitchen?
Yes.
Gotcha, Dr. Egan, thank you. Ms. Methvin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
Ms. Pierre?
Yes.
Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Ms. Russell? Mr. Salter? Mrs. Salter? Thank you. Motion passes.
Do we have any other business at this time? If not, that concludes the business of the athletic committee. The next committee is facilities planning.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. At this time, Mr. Perkins will address items under the Facilities Planning Committee.
Good afternoon. Let me make sure I got it. Okay. All right. We have 9 items on the Facilities and Planning Committee, 8 are consent agenda, and 1 is a discussion item. Mr. Bruce Janae, will you provide an overview of the agenda items by campus?
Thank you so much, Mr. Perkins, members of the board, and Dr. Henderson. The first item that is consent is item H1 from Louisiana Tech, requesting approval to demolish Cottingham Hall, Richardson Hall, and Mitchell Hall. The buildings are currently in poor condition and very old, and in order to begin construction of a new replacement housing and recreational space in 2021, approval is requested to demolish these sites. Item H2 is from McNeese, approval to enter into a ground lease agreement with the McNeese State University Foundation to install artificial turf on the Joe Miller Ballpark and to enter into a related cooperative endeavor agreement with the foundation and the Lake Charles Southwest Louisiana Convention and Visitors Bureau. The foundation is willing to provide $800,000 to make the necessary improvements and install new turf. McNeese would use $200,000 for certain necessary materials out of dedicated funds that are allowed by statute for capital improvements. The total cost of this project is approximately $1 million. The foundation would be reimbursed for the $800,000 contribution through a cooperative endeavor agreement between McNeese State University, the foundation, and the Lake Charles Southwest Louisiana Convention and Visitors Bureau. Items H3 to H5 are from Nicholls. They have 3 requests of naming. The first is to name the greenhouse, the Arlen B. Sinat Greenhouse, the Convergence Media Center in Talbot Hall to the DeSalvo Calais Family Student Media Center, and the newly constructed addition to Barker Hall Athletic Complex, the Bovac Family Athletic Center. These namings are in accordance with our board rule. Item H6 is from the University of Louisiana Monroe. Approval to rename the Lanyap Theater, which is inside Bayou Point Event Center, to the Camille W. Currier Student Theater. Mr. Currier is a highly regarded at the university as well as in the Northeast Louisiana community, and he has served as an outstanding leader at ULM. This would be in honor of his 50 years of service Camille has had with the university. He has recently announced that he will be retiring effective June 30th, 2020. This naming follows our board rules as well. Item H7 is also from the University of Louisiana at Monroe. It's requesting approval to proceed with the First Amendment to the grounds and facility lease between the University of Louisiana at Monroe and University of Louisiana Monroe Facilities, Inc. for the property that is located at 820 Highway 80 in Monroe. The board had recently approved the original lease in February of 2020. This amendment provides to be able to have them do a sublease, and which will provide a revenue stream for the university. Item H8, University of Louisiana at Monroe, approval to demolish the ULM soccer house, which is a very old facility. The structure sits on approximately 1.6 acres, which would be an ideal location for a future project since it's a valuable vacant site. Item H9 is our discussion item. Approval to initially lease the Cornwall Inn and Suites and subsequently purchase that property and buildings, which is located in Thibodaux. The need for additional space to provide student residential accommodations to ensure a 1 student per room occupancy for student living area is so desired. The university is doing their best to stop the potential spread of COVID-19. The university will pay a monthly lease payment of up to $100,000 for the full 3-acre facility, which includes their grounds, 100 guest rooms, business offices, common areas room, dining facilities, and other amenities. The lease will commence on July 1st, 2020, and will expire when the university purchased the Cornwall Inn and Suites for the sum of $1.1 million, a value that has been recently established by someone that they engaged who was an appraiser with a lot of hotel industry experience. The purchase of this property will be funded using self-generated funds that are available in auxiliary services that have been dedicated to capital improvements, or they may fund it once they sell the Dewey building that the board recently approved the sale of, which they look to do in the latter part of 2021. And since it's that money can be used for capital projects. but timing of this approval is very critical to allow the university to undertake the necessary steps to provide accommodations to approximately 100 students returning to campus in early August for the fall 2020 semester. Upon approval by this board, Nicholls will quickly proceed with the assistance of our staff, legal counsel, and other state agencies to draft the required lease and subsequent purchase in conformity with all Louisiana laws and regulations. And I believe present in the audience today is Dr. Jay Clune, Alex Orsino, and Terry Bro to further explain why there is an urgent need to have this project approved today. Dr. Clune?
Thank you for this opportunity to answer the questions that are before you. Just to be clear, the city of Thibodaux does not allow residence halls, does not allow dormitories of any sort. We are purchasing a hotel and we'll run it as a hotel. For the academic terms, until there's a vaccine, we'll have student guests in that university hotel. In December, we'll have regular guests, and during the summer, we'll have regular guests as we host the parents of the Manning Passing Academy, offensive and defensive lineman camps, and other camps. The athletes stay on campus, but their parents stay in a hotel. Without the hotel, we are 143 beds short today. Even with the purchase of the Carmel Inn, we're still 48 beds. We are purchasing a hotel, and we'll expect some changes in that as we have some melt during the summer. In answer to question one, the relevance there is simply to demonstrate that those most impacted by the transition from double occupancy to single occupancy, which is necessary due to COVID-19. On question two, we will avoid placing freshmen in the hotel as guests. There can be no preferential placement based on race or ethnicity. Fees are set and approved each year by this board. At the hotel, the nightly rate will approximate that of Ellender Dormitory. On question three, our internal institutional research office, this is part of their daily function. There's no compensation for that. Question four, as a university hotel, security would be provided by university police. The university will staff an officer at the hotel on the evening shift and will cover the day shifts using campus officers on duty. On number five, we have been in communication with the nearest neighbors, knowing that the other potential buyer planned to open a chain hotel with a bar and restaurant. They were very supportive of our efforts to run a university hotel in the near term and to redevelop all or a portion of that property in the longer term after the COVID-19 crisis passes. And that redevelopment would be in line with the residential nature that has grown up around that hotel. Imagine that hotel may well be 50 years old. It was once a Holiday Inn. And I hope that I've answered all of your questions. We are short on beds. We see this as a social justice issue that every student, if possible, should have a single occupancy room. Thank you.
Al's on mute.
Thank you. All of these items have been reviewed by the board and legal staff and are recommended for approval. Of course, if any member has a question or wishes to discuss any of these items, please let me know. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Any questions or comments from the public?
Yes, Mr. Perkins, we have something that was submitted. And this is in reference to item 9. the Nicholls State University's request for approval to initially lease the Carmel Inn and Suites. And this is from Dennis Goldberg. He is a Nicholls alumnus. And he posed the following questions. What is the specific relevance of the races and ethnicities other than white of the typical students who will be impacted by need for single occupancy? What specific bearing does that have upon the purported need of all Nicholls students? Are the property and facilities for which authority to lease and purchase intended by the administration to accommodate races and ethnicities other than white? In parentheses, if not, why are races and ethnicities even mentioned in the context of the request? Will there be specific and preferential housing prices specifically intended to accommodate races and ethnicities other than white? Who conducted the statistical research on student ethnicities for purposes of this request? And at whose request and by whom were they compensated for such work? Question number 4, which public agency will be responsible for providing security and law enforcement duties relative to the prospective new dormitory/residence home? Please describe in detail all discussions with local, municipal, or parish authorities in that regard.
I'm sorry.
Has Nicholls State University conducted any studies or prepared any statements relating to any positive or negative impacts to local community in downtown Thibodaux by placement of a new dormitory/residence hall off the main university campus? If so, please describe them. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comments? Was that the only public comment, Erica?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. If no one requires any further clarification on the agenda items, may I have a motion and a second for approval of items H1 to H9?
So moved.
A point of reference in regard to that gentleman's questions, will this be referred to Dr. Clune's staff or something so these questions can be appropriately answered for that gentleman?
Dr. Henderson, that would be my recommendation because it was 4 questions that seem to be very detailed, and it appears that if they are to be answered, that Dr. Clune, you know, if he's able to respond to that now, that's fine. But if he needs some time to address those issues, understand that as well. Dr. Henderson or Dr. Clune, if you want to speak on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Dr. Clune actually addressed most of those questions in his remarks in a broad sense. And my recommendation would be for him to answer this specific comment in detail later, but he addressed each one of those issues in his remarks to the board.
And I kind of figured that it seemed like he covered a lot of those things. And looking at him, maybe not to the detail of the question, but it definitely touched on those matters. So that would be the recommendation for me as well, that Dr. Clune, that Erica, if you can provide Dr. Clune that question in its format for him to take a look at it and then try to answer it to as much detail as possible.
Yes, sir.
Are there any other discussions? All in favor, say, I'm sorry, we got to do a, Erica, can you do a roll call, please?
Yes, sir.
Do we need a roll call? We already had a.
Yes, sir.
Do we have
Ms. Hailey?
Yes.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Dr. Clark?
Yes.
Dr. Condos? Mr. Crawford?
Yes.
Ms. Donahoe?
Yes.
Dr. Egan?
Yes.
Mr. Kitchen? Mr. Kitchen? He said yes. Thank you. Ms. Medvin? Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
Ms. Pierre?
Yes.
Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Ms. Russell? Mr. Salter?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Okay. Do we have any other business at this time? If not, that concludes the business of the Facilities and Planning Committee. The next committee is Finance.
Thank you, Dr. Perkins. Mr. Kitchen will proceed with our Finance Committee agenda at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. We have 4 consent items, but I was advised just prior to the meeting that one of the items, I2, would need to be pulled from the agenda to be reconsidered and resubmitted at a later date. I believe that we'll need a motion to remove this item I2. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well then, I guess that we'll take it out of order. But at the outset, could I have a motion to remove I2 from the agenda?
So moved.
Second. Need a roll call vote.
Any discussion on that? Hearing none. Erica, could you call the roll to get everybody's input?
Yes, sir. Ms. Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Dr. Clark?
Yes.
Dr. Condos? Mr. Crawford?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Donahoe?
Yes.
Dr. Egan?
Yes.
Mr. Kitchen?
Yes.
Ms. Medvin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
Ms. Pierre? Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Ms. Russell? Mr. Salter?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you, Erica. That leaves us with 3 consent items on the finance agenda today. If any member has a question or wishes to discuss any of the items, please let me know. Charles Wint will provide an overview of the 3 items. So, Charles?
Sorry, Mr. Kitchen. Thank you, Mr. Kitchen. I was on mute. And thank you, members of the board, Dr. Henderson. Item I1 is McNeese State University's request for the approval to offer a 20% discount to college and education students entering certain alternative certification and degree programs. McNeese's Boutte College of Education has redesigned its alternative certification programs that are available for initial teacher certification in all content areas offered within the Master of Arts in Teaching and Post-Baccalaureate certification programs to include a 1-year residency. And then to better prepare future school and district leaders, the faculty of the Boutte College of Education, in collaboration with district partners, has created new curriculum and concentrations within the Master of Education in curriculum and instruction program, the Master of Education in Educational Technology Leadership program. The new programs also offer concentrations in high needs areas such as technology, special education, English learners, and academically gifted. There are also alternative certifications that lead to initial teacher certifications. Therefore, McNeese is requesting the approval to provide a 20% tuition and fee discount for fall 2020 incoming students who enroll in these 3 programs: the Master of Education in Curriculum and Instruction, Master of Education in Educational Technology Leadership, and then the alternative certification programs that lead to initial teacher certifications. Item I3 is University of Louisiana at Lafayette's request to approve meal plan rates for the academic year 2020 through 2021. It has been the past practice. System staff requests the campuses submit adjustments to their service rates for the upcoming academic year. And ULL considers a number of variables when making those adjustments to the rates, including contractual obligations, costs of operations, and/or any market limitations. And the university has previously submitted its revised rates for housing and auxiliary rates, but negotiations with its food services contractor had not been complete as of the April 20th, 2020 board meeting. And then item 4, Bruce Jane is going to address the approval of the System University's fiscal 2021 internal audit plans.
Thank you, Charles. And do you have a question?
Yes, actually on number 1, I was just curious how many programs get percentage discounts off, not just McNeese, just in general, just a point of information. Is this a common practice where an individual college within an institution receives or offers its students in certain programs a discount?
I will have to defer that to the individual presidents, and for McNeese, Dr. Burkell or Mr. Mesh, if you're available, if you could possibly answer that.
Yes, sir. Dr. Clark, we do not have many programs that do offer that discount, and this is more of a marketing tool for us to be competitive in that market space. So this is specific to that program.
Okay, and again, my question is more unilateral than just McNeese. I'm just curious if there are, discounts that take place within, and if this is a rare exception, if this is oftentimes. I'm just curious.
Well, for our campus, this is a rare exception.
And Supervisor Clark, if I could, it is a rare exception to date. I think it will be one that is no longer an exception going forward. I think you'll see more and more of these arise as our institutions become much more market-sensitive enterprises. When tuition and fees were a minor part of the cost of serving a student, a part of the revenue mix of serving a student, uniformity made a lot of sense. I think you've seen a lot more of increased cost associated with high-cost programs in the past, and that's been fairly frequent across the system. A discount for a lower-cost program responsive to a identified market opportunity is something that hasn't materialized often. I think it'll become much more commonplace.
I'm just wondering how this impacts students who want to, I don't know, manipulate a circumstance and enter into a program with a lesser rate, take certain numbers of courses, and then later transfer. Is that something that is considered, or how do we mitigate against that?
So typically, it would be for programs that are very boutique in nature. So that like this particular program, there's not a lot. It's for a market of students that would come in for a very specific set of courses, that taking those courses probably would not lead to, for instance, a bachelor's degree in physics, right? So this is a very specific segment of the market. It's a market segmentation strategy. Possibly would a program materialize where that could be taken advantage of? Absolutely, but I think that's for the institutions to have to manage that.
And Jim, I noticed that on the 3 degrees, 2 of which are Masters of Education, and then there is the third one, which is an alternative certification program. So it doesn't seem to affect the traditional undergraduate degrees that are at McNeese. So
that's correct.
So I do think I sympathize with Dr. Clark's concern overall, but I guess here is in this case here, it's really not, relating to the broad undergraduate degrees that are offered by the university.
That's correct.
Okay, any other questions with regard to either of those items? I believe Mr. Genet was going to discuss the item 4.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kitchen, board members, and Dr. Henderson. Item I4 is from the University of Louisiana Systems request for approval of the board operations and system university fiscal year 2021 internal audit plans. The audit plans have been prepared by the system and campus directors of internal audit with input from the campus presidents, other campus administrative personnel, system personnel, any board member, and the Office of Legislative Auditor.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Any comments from the public? If not, may I have a motion and a second for approval of the consent items?
So moved.
Because was that Elizabeth Pierre?
It was, yes.
Okay, so I have a
Second,
Elizabeth Pierre moved and seconded by,
Lola.
okay, thank you, Lola. Any discussion? And Erica, please call the roll.
Yes. Ms. Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Dr. Clark?
I'm sorry, I was knocked off of the call here momentarily. I'm not even sure what is being voted on right now.
Yeah, Dr. Clark, we are voting on the 3 consent items that were discussed. The 20% discount at McNeese, the meal rates for the ULL for the 2020 and 21 school year. And then it's the approval of the 2021 internal audit plans going forward. Those are the 3 items that are on the table.
Okay. I was dropped right as I had posed the question and never heard the answer on the frequency by which the discounting was to occur and so on. Was there a response to? I apologize. One of the liabilities of this distance
Brother Clark, it was a very eloquent, articulate answer that addressed all of the questions.
All right, well then I certainly accept that, Dr. Henderson. If you assure me that all is copacetic and there are no problems, I will go ahead and say aye. Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Condos? Mr. Crawford?
Yes.
Ms. Donahoe?
Yes.
Dr. Egan?
Yes.
Mr. Kitchen?
Yes.
Ms. Metcalf?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
Ms. Pierre? Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Ms. Russell? And Mr. Salter?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We have 2 discussion items on the finance agenda today. Charles, will you please introduce each of the 2?
Item 5 is the systems report on internal and external audits for the period of April 20th to June 21st of 2020. And Mr. Genet will address those items. Bruce, if you will, please.
Sure. Item I5, as Charles said, is a report on internal and external audit activity from April 20th to June 21st, 2020. And also, I wanted to report on the annual assertions as required by our charter. Earlier this week, each board member received a listing of internal and external audit reports completed by various auditors since our last board meeting. In addition, our internal audit charter that's been approved by the board requires we make certain annual assertions to the board that the internal audit activity for the UL system and campuses is in conformance with the Institute of Internal Auditors international standards. Internal audit has continued to maintain its organizational independence. Internal audit has not experienced any interference that would affect our work. Internal audit has not experienced any significant risk exposure or control issues that are not acceptable to the system of university. And finally, internal audit will complete an internal self-assessment with an outside external validation by July 31st of 2020, which has been required by Act 314 of the 2000 regular legislative sessions. And this is a report only, and no action by the board is necessary, Mr. Kitchen.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board? Any comments from the public? Might just comment in general, the number of audit reports in that 2-month period of time was adversely impacted by the pandemic and the lockdown, shutdown that the universities experienced with regard to the work. So I just wanted to kind of mention that because it struck me that there were several universities with no reports issued, and that's the principal reason why. Next item, Bruce, would you walk us through that, please?
That would be Charles.
We switch back to Charles. Thank you, Charles.
Yes, we switch back to Charles.
Thank you. The next part is our quarterly financial review, quarterly financials. And we've obviously, with the shutdown, we've had a significant number of issues. And what has happened with financial statements and with the potential revenues lost and the aid that we've been receiving. And we're very, very close to the end of the year. We wanted to provide some information about where we're going to be sitting, we think, as of the end of the fiscal year. But of course, we don't have our fiscal year 2020 financial statements prepared. And there are a number of areas where 2021 is still outstanding. But I prepared 5 tables for your review, and I'll go through those. If you have any questions at any point, please let me know. Table 1 is strictly limited to the operating budget as approved by the legislature. And because it's required in the statutes, the operating budget has to break even. But if you'll see from this table, our original budget was $909,440,000, and of that $909 million, universities are reducing their budgets to $881 million based on reductions in our losses from revenues that may or may not be recovered. Also, some of those losses from any aid are not necessarily going to come in as an operating item because they're going to be covered by grants. So our projected budget decrease for the current fiscal year is $28.4 million. So from the standpoint of the budget, again, we're break even, but we're going to be at 28.4 in losses there. On the next table, what we're doing here is we're actually projecting, looking at the current losses in revenues for the year, and that's a little different from the operating budget because this is across all areas. And thus far, as of June 8th of 2020, our universities have reported that they've lost at least $32 million in revenues. Now, given a worst case scenario from June 9th through the end of next year, we could lose a potential $121 million more for a total of $153 million over this period. And again, that is going to be contingent on enrollments. It's going to be contingent on the fees that we collect and other services that our universities normally provide. And we won't know our enrollment numbers for the September quarter, the fall semester rather, for probably another month at least. And also there was a projection of CARES institutional and other aid that would be applied for $44.5 million. And so the net losses could potentially reach $108.9 million. And of course, related to those losses, our universities are going through a variety of scenarios to determine how they would address those based on the different outcomes. Our next table is going to show the housing and meal plan refunds that have been issued by our universities to date. Obviously, because our universities, students had to leave campus, refunds were inevitable. And to date, they've issued $13.5 million in the meal plan refunds. And if you go to the next table, you can see in part those refunds are going to be covered in institutional aid. Now, this table shows the initial CARES Act money that was allocated by the federal government to the system. And the system received or is going to receive $64.9 million, of which half is required to go directly to students in the form of student aid, and the remaining half is for institutional support. Now, what you'll see is that the funds drawn to date are $22.8 million for the student aid, and there's $9.6 million remaining to be distributed. And then on the institutional aid, we've got $9.2 million that's been drawn and $23.3 million waiting to be drawn. One of the concerns has been in getting clear guidance on what constitutes a reimbursable expense or revenue activity that universities can use institutional aid for. And the guidance from the feds is still unclear in certain areas. Also, they haven't drawn 100% of the funds available to them at this point because they would be required to pay interest back to the federal government if the program falls under their what's called the Cash Management Improvement Act, which was designed to reduce the time from draw and expenditure of funds.
Charles, if I could interrupt for one comment. When you said that guidance from the federal government is unclear at this point, I think you're being overly charitable. Guidance from the federal government has been almost absent or contradictory at this point. And so we'll continue to advocate with them to get guidance so that these institutions can utilize these resources in the manner in which they were intended.
Right. And part of the issue there too is that it further increases their inability to do certain things. Now, in the last column, I've called that other, and that other column is additional funds that have been awarded for minority services and also strengthening institutions. And you will see that 2 universities have none that they've been awarded, and that was because they don't have a Pell population sufficient to be able to apply. And you'll also see that Grambling has been allocated $9.9 million or awarded $9.9 million. And that's through the HBCU programs that are available to those universities. Now, part of the problem, not problem, but part of the, well, I'll call it a problem again, there's not clear guidance on how that $9.9 million is going to be allowed to be spent. And so no funds have been drawn there. And I'll say the 9.9 million, but essentially on the whole 12 million. Okay, and then on the last table, what we're looking at here is another confusing issue apart from the CARES Act funds that were initially awarded. There's been some confusion about additional funds coming in. Under another portion of the CARES Act, Louisiana was awarded $1.8 billion to be used to help defray the losses that are being incurred throughout state agencies and also for non-state entities. And of the 1.8 billion, 800 has been set aside to go to non-state entities, and the remaining billion is for state entities. And of that 1 billion, the state has allocated a little over 100 million to the university systems in the state. And the grant funds have been awarded to our universities, total 47.9 million. And we've requested that the universities put together the expenses that appear to be chargeable or reimbursable based on these state grants. And their current totals are $58.4 million, which would still leave us at a $10.5 million loss up to this point. And this period covers from the actual date of the shutdown through the end of this fiscal year. And any of these numbers, because we've got such a fluid situation, any of these numbers can change. These are estimates, so any of those numbers can change. So if anyone has any questions.
Well, Charles, thank you for the presentation. I guess, just in a general 30,000 foot level question, is that as I kind of go through the numbers and cobble together some of these unusual, extraordinary grants that are going to be forthcoming, it still leaves the system significantly short of perhaps maybe the projected budget, not only for the completion of the current fiscal year, but for next fiscal year as well. And I'm just curious, Jim, what are the contingency plans, that we have? I know there's a special session dealing with some budget issues, but we won't know that for a couple of weeks. But what are the contingency plans for us to close the gap in order for us to be able to forecast a break even?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great, I'm going to remove the mask.
And look, I admit that it's a very fluid situation. I understand that there are many unknowns, but in terms of planning, we need to kind of make some assumptions that we think are realistic, for us to go forward and to budget and to come up with some of these contingency plans that enable us to react, to the circumstances as more clarity becomes available.
Yes. So, Mr. Chairman, you saw on one of Charles's charts projected revenue loss or impact for this coming fiscal year in the neighborhood of $121 million. That number was based on an early assessment from some national trends we saw in student sentiment about what they wanted to do coming back. As you understand, the vast majority of our resources are self-generated resources that come in the form of tuition and fees. That was the biggest unknown 2 months ago. It's becoming a little bit clearer now, where we see the impact is not nearly what we thought it would be as of now. We expect over the next 3 to 4 weeks for that to become much clearer, as we also get in clear recommendations on how to accommodate the epidemiological concerns associated with COVID-19. It's going to be my recommendation during the president's report that to the chair, that we have a joint meeting of the Finance Committee and the Ad hoc Committee on Pandemic Operations, the 3rd or 4th week in July, so that we'll have much more clarity, number one, on the numbers that ended this current fiscal year, and then much more certainty on the revenue generation for next fiscal year. I think our schools are building a number of financial models around it, but the unknowns are still so great for it's too much for them to actually put anything together on paper that has any real chance of becoming an actuality. So that would be my recommendation.
I understand that. I guess in my experience, what I've done in these circumstances is to prepare 3 alternative scenarios. One would be worst case. One could be, let's say, the likely case, and the other is sort of a best case. And I would encourage the staff to take a look at the assumptions. And I realize it's a snapshot in time. You can't, like you said, there are just a lot of unknown unknowns, and you can't forecast the future with certainty. But, we are aware of a lot of factors at this point in time that will impact us financially.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
and we ought to say, well, we'll do a lot of what, I would say a lot, but some what if type of analyses that enables us to say, well, in a worst case, here's what we're looking at. Here's what we think likely might happen. And then in the best case scenario, here's what we are doing. I think that would help us trying to, depending on where it falls within that range, I think it would help us shape the decisions that we would have to reach on a better basis, more informed basis than otherwise.
Supervisor Kitchen, I think that's fair, and that would actually be our approach for later in July.
Okay.
If we had done worst case scenario and prepared those documents 2 weeks ago, worst case scenario would be apocalyptic. Now I think we've already gotten some indications that apocalyptic is probably shouldn't be in the likely consideration. And so the worst case scenario continues to get better. The best case scenario continues to become more elusive. So that tells you we're kind of centering in on what you called that likely scenario. But I believe that we'll be able to present 3 scenarios for each institution, and then systemic that will be very close to, much closer to accurate than it would be right now. The spread right now would be so extreme to be almost unusable. We're still working, and we've gotten some very positive indications from our federal delegation that additional assistance will be forthcoming. Where that comes from, I don't know. It's how fast we can print money federally. That's their issue to deal with. For us, we understand that colleges and universities are going to bear the brunt of a lot of this financial fallout. I will tell you that our institutions are in a significantly better place than a number of their peers across the country, that in the current fiscal year, we're already having to do take significant actions that were detrimental to the operation. I think that's a testament, number one, to our ability to operate in an environment of austerity over the last 10 years. But 2, the planning and leadership of our finance officers. And so I think if we could tentatively schedule that finance committee meeting for late July, I think it will add a great amount of value to the assessment and the analysis of the board.
Thank you, Jim.
Yes, sir.
Hi, this is James Carter. I have a question. Could you go back to the original slide which was presented?
The first slide, sir?
Yes.
Okay, table 1?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at the various projected revenues of the various universities.
Yes, sir.
Are these revenue projections based in large part on student population?
These losses are going to come primarily from the self-generated revenues, which would be the tuition and fees, and also you would
Charles, he's talking
have
about
some other areas that aren't going to be as large or impactful.
Yeah, Charles, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. What he's talking about is the projected revenues, and Supervisor Carter, these are driven, 76% of these numbers are driven by student population directly because of their tuition and fees. The other part is also student driven because it's part of the funding formula for higher education, which is based on a student credit hour production piece. So in actuality, all of it is based on student population.
So is Grambling the least populated school?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But what's the next closest school in terms of population?
It'd be Nicholls or McNeese. And so Grambling has a head count of about 5,200 students, and Nicholls is at 6,500.
Nicholls at 6,500?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And what's the population at University of Louisiana at Lafayette?
Their total enrollment is about 19,000.
About 19,000. So really, it's really directly related to the population in the schools.
Yes, and we actually have it broken down, and probably the best way to look at it is the total revenue per full-time equivalent student. And that's a good measure of how they're funded. Understanding that there's some economies of scale as you get larger, but if you want to look at equitable distribution of funds, that's one key measure.
Okay, that was my question.
Yes,
want to make sure.
I had a question as well.
Yes, sir.
It's your table number 4, I believe.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Dealing with the Pell Grants. And I just want to make sure that when you see the amount of Grambling's amount, that is basically because Grambling service has the most service of students that are Pell Grant eligible.
No, sir.
Actually, Grambling's award is a part of a $500 million portion of aid that's been awarded to HBCUs.
Okay.
And Grambling, and this represents approximately 2% of that.
Okay. So, and then the rest of the numbers for the other universities, how were they funded? How were they awarded their numbers?
The actual calculation came from the federal government on this as opposed to the universities, but I think it deals with populations of their individuals who would qualify for these programs. So again, Pell would be the primary marker, but it would be those individuals who qualified for Pell versus or compared to their total student population.
So it's not just an HBCU driven thing, it's a Pell Grant eligibility driven?
No, correct. And this is several different awards because on the other universities, they're not getting any of the HBCU money. They're getting it's called Strengthening Institutions Program. That's primarily where those funds are coming from. And the funds in that program also that the federal government have allocated are significantly lower than the HBCU funds.
Charles, if I could, out of this, if you will, this is an HBCU and a minority serving institution allocation.
Okay.
So the HBCU goes to those institutions that are federally designated as historically Black colleges and universities. And Grambling, of course, is one of those.
Right.
Minority serving institutions are those institutions that serve a combination of a population of students of color and at least 36% Pell eligible students. So the two institutions we had fell just short of that 36% Pell eligible student population. But the rest would be classified as minority serving institutions.
Okay. So basically, if their numbers would have been, and the one had none, if their numbers would have been higher as far as serving that particular demographic, then they may have been eligible.
Yeah, that's correct. If it had been a larger share of their total student population, yes, sir.
Okay.
And that actually, the minority serving institution is a very complex calculation that has about 12 different metrics in it, and it's part of a grant program that makes you eligible to apply for certain Department of Education funds.
And I guess when I'm looking at the numbers, and I don't know the whole equation, I guess when I'm looking at the numbers, all of the numbers make sense based on just my, I guess, with my mindset of the minority, serving part of that community or whatever you want to call it. I guess I was just surprised or whatever to see where we had two universities that received no funding for.
Yes, sir. And both of those had nothing to do with the demographics. It had to do with the Pell eligibility piece. Both fell just short of that eligibility piece, which there's a correlation. But there's a correlation.
Right, there's a correlation because who is Pell eligible plays a role in who is actually enrolled in your university.
That's right.
Okay.
And Dr. Henderson. Dr. Henderson, can you hear me?
Yeah, hey, Edwin.
From ULM standpoint, we have a concern with the data because last year we would have been eligible, but there was a change in the numbers that were reported. And so there is an appeal process right now with the Department of Ed to appeal that. And we've put in an appeal because when you look at our student population and you look at the number of students that are on Pell and the number of minority students that we have, and we have the TRIO program, the student support programs, which are all based upon low-income minority students. So we're appealing that in order to participate in that program.
Dr. Lidoff, can you hear me? This is James
Yes, sir.
Carter. So assuming your appeal is successful, what would you think the number should reflect as it relates to ULM?
I think we would be in the $250,000 to $300,000 range, similar to some of the other institutions.
And what line are you referring to specifically now? You're talking about table 4?
Yes, sir. In table 4 and the other awarded, where it says ULM none, I would expect us to be in that $250,000 to $300,000 range based upon our student population.
Gotcha. So at a $250,000 range, would that be a positive positioning you think it is, or you think you still have a long way to go?
I would say every little bit helps.
What does that mean?
I think we need, we'll need more. My struggle is getting none on this side of the table puts us in a situation where we're going to have some more expenses and other situations that are going to come up that $250,000 could help us out with.
No, but what I guess my question is that's also reflective of your population in the school. So what I'm saying is if you're only getting 250,000, that still suggests a long way to go with regard to the population of the school, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And this is Charles, Mr. Carter, and I think also with the allocation of the funds, I think that there was an amount that was set aside and then that pot is allocated to those institutions who would qualify within that MSI population. So they're not using the same pot as the HBCU. Those are separate pieces of this $1.03 billion program.
Right. And
I'm sorry, Al, go ahead.
no, I guess I understand that part that you're mentioning, Mr. Nguyen, as far as the HBCU component. So I expect, Grambling to be up on there. Plus, I know what Grambling's mission is, far as, what their mission is. So you're going to have a rising. What I'm looking at is, all right, you minus Grambling out of there, and we start saying how many people serve that community and that are Pell Grant eligible. So basically saying, number one threshold, how many minorities do you have? And then 2, how many of those minorities are even Pell Grant eligible? So basically saying how many poor minorities are in attendance at your university. Is that the analysis that they're looking at, Jim, as part of the 2 main prongs of the analysis, Dr. Henderson?
In a broad sense, yes, but there are a number of factors that are in this grant matrix, and I had to stumble upon it because I couldn't find it anywhere defined, right? So we call minority serving institutions is a Department of Education designation, but you couldn't find anything, so you had to do a lot of searching. When I found the matrix went all the way over to column Q. So just, in alphabetical order of the number of factors that were weighed on this, but essentially it's exactly what you said. Yes.
Right. And which goes back to, if I were to look at these universities and, correct me if I'm wrong, once we get past Grambling, would ULL be our largest amount of minorities at that university, at ULL?
In terms of gross number, yes. In terms of percent student mix, it's probably in the top 3 or 4.
Okay. And then would Southeastern be, right behind them?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay. So it kind of follows that, that pattern. So I'm just interested in these numbers as far as showing, the economic impact of diverse populations. And obviously I know that La Tech and ULM does have some diversity there. We know that for sure. I think last time I looked at ULM, they may have been at 22% or something like that. If, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Litoff. But the second component is not just the diversity piece of having them there, but what is the economic piece of that diverse population that you do have there?
Supervisor Perkins, if I could, I believe you're going to see a lot more of that data in a rich context when Claire Norris gives her presentation later this meeting.
Okay.
We don't have to extract from these dollars. We'll actually see some real numbers.
No problem. I'll save my appetite for that.
All right, perfect.
Okay. Charles, is that it?
I believe so, and that was information only, and no vote of the board's required.
Correct. Okay. Any other business to come before the Finance Committee? If not, Mr. Chair, these are all items for finance.
Thank you, Mr. Kitchen. At this time, we'll proceed with the Personnel Committee, and Mr. Robinson will address items under the Personnel Committee agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Call to order the Personnel Committee. We have 7 items on the Personnel Committee's agenda. Dr. Jones will present those items. Dr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Item J1 is from McNeese State University. It's a request for approval to appoint Dr. Wade Anthony Roos as Vice President for University Advancement effective July 1. Items J2 through J4 are from Northwestern State University. J2 is Northwestern's request for approval to reappoint Ms. Frances Conine as interim vice president for the student experience and dean of students effective July 1. Item J3 is Northwestern's request for approval to reappoint Dr. Francine Lemoine as interim dean of the College of Arts and Science effective July 1. Item J4 from Northwestern's request for approval to appoint Dr. Michael Snowden as interim vice president for diversity and inclusion effective August 3rd. Item J5 is from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. Request for approval to reappoint Dr. Geraldine McClure Franklin as interim dean of the Moody College of Business effective July 1. Item J6, University of Louisiana at Monroe. Request for approval to appoint Dr. Valerie Fields as interim vice president of student affairs effective July 1. And item J7 is the University of New Orleans request for approval to appoint Dr. Pamela Kenneth Hensel as interim dean of the College of Business effective July 1.
All of the items have been reviewed by staff and are recommended for approval. Are there any questions from the board?
I have a question, Mr. Robinson.
Yes, sir.
The number of individuals who are being reappointed as interim, is there an explanation for that, just in general?
Those items are from Northwestern State University, so I don't know if Dr. Maggio wants to come and speak.
No, these are I thought that there were some from other institutions as well. Maybe I was mistaken. Again, it's more of a general question. Is there something that is preventing us from getting past interim on these appointments?
Dr. Clark, on behalf of Northwestern, I can speak. We were to have searches that were beginning late in the spring, national searches. We did send advertisements out, but with the COVID hit, on our dean positions. It precluded us from bringing people to campus, and we thought it was very important that we had a national search and were able to get people on face-to-face interviews. So we've just postponed those and renamed interim until we can do a national search. Our third position, our interim vice president for diversity and inclusion, is a new position. So for our three positions, it was just a matter of the pandemic and hurting us as to we could do our national searches.
Thank you.
And there's also a reappointment of an interim position, Dean of College of Business at ULL. But I did see a report that the permanent dean will be appointed or hopefully be selected in July. So I think it's another one where the process was interrupted by COVID-19. So for continuity, they're reappointing the interim.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
This is James.
James, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. For the position at ULM, not ULM, at Northwestern, that position is a interim position, is not a permanent position?
It's an interim position, and I don't know how long they're going to leave it open as interim. Normally at Northwestern, I think it's generally 6 months to a year that the individual remains in the interim slot, and then they do interviews and go through the full process to permanent the individual. But imagine you may want to speak to that.
Dr. Jones, this is Lola Donahoe. The positions are interim, as I understand. It's just those particular people. We will always be searching for a dean of students, but also this new position, this diversity vice president, that's not an interim position, is it? Isn't that intended to be a permanent position? Just
person in the position is interim.
Interim slot.
Oh, the position is also interim?
No, the position is it's a permanent position.
That's
Just
what
we're filling the slot with an interim person until we can fill a search.
Gotcha. James, did that clarify something for you?
In part it clarified, in part, but I was under the misinterpretation that of the appointment, that the appointment was the permanent person for a permanent position. So I'm hearing that this is a permanent position, but an interim person until the final person is selected. I was under the impression that this was a permanent position and this was the permanent person. And so I'm clear on what it is now. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? If there are no further questions, can I get a motion and a second to act on that issue? Please identify yourself, who makes the motion and the second, please.
Oh, so moved.
John Murphy, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the agenda items. Is there any unreadiness? Roll call, please.
Yes. Ms. Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Dr. Clark?
Yes.
Dr. Condos? Mr. Crawford?
Yes.
Ms. Donahoe?
Yes.
Dr. Egan? Dr. Egan?
She's on mute.
Oh, perfect.
It's all right.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. Sorry. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kitchen?
Yes.
Ms. Medvin? Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
Ms. Pierre? Ms. Robinson?
Yes.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Ms. Russell? Mr. Salter?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. If there are any or his or her representative present that wish to make introductions or comments, you may do so at this point.
So, Mr. Robinson, we have two. one present here, and then I think Dr. Lidoff has Dr. Fields with him.
Chairman Romero, President Henderson, Supervisors. It's my honor today to introduce to you all Dr. Michael Snowden, who will be our interim Vice President for Diversity and Inclusion at Northwestern State University. Over the past several months, I've worked with board staff and others in identifying an outstanding person to take this lead role in diversity and inclusion at Northwestern State University. And all the conversations that we had pointed to an outstanding individual. And I think after you get to meet him, and I know a number of you have met him because he was a member of the MLI class here with the ULS over this past year. But Dr. Snowden brings a lot of experience and a wealth of knowledge to our university. He has over 20 years experience in this field. Over the last 9 years, he has been the Chief Diversity Officer at McNeese State University, as well as where their Title IX and EEO officer. So he's also very involved and active in national organizations, including the National Association of Chief Diversity Officers and the American Association as well. So it's my pleasure to introduce you all to Dr. Michael Snowden.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know how superheroes or criminals are able to speak through masks, but I'm gonna do the best I can. I first want to pay homage to Dr. Darrell McKell, President of McNeese State University, Dr. Caprice Ayub, and the M&LI Cohort Group 3. I want to acknowledge a praying grandmother in Mobile, Alabama, Lula T. Little, and my strong family that supported and pushed me throughout my career. Dr. Henderson has been the catalyst for making inclusion a part of the fabric of the UL system. Dr. Maggio and his gracious leadership and excitement about making a difference in the campus culture made my decision easy. If you're asking why him, why now, my professional trajectory has led me to the campus. I have immediately been embraced by senior leadership and other demons on the campus. I am passionate about providing quality leadership in the inclusion space. This is an exciting time for change in this country. I want to remove visible and covert barriers to success, whether that is hosting events that show students support, having tough conversations about marginalization, privilege, or bias, and fostering support for faculty recruitment of underrepresented populations. One of the new terms that has been embraced by the inclusion community is belonging. I want SID to be the leader in belonging. I welcome the challenge of being a transformational leader in the new normal of inclusion, equity, and diversity. In closing, fork 'em demons.
This is James Carter.
Yes, sir.
I'm so happy to have you, Dr. Snowden, to serve in such a important position. Dr. Snowden, it's my understanding that you have impeccable credentials, and obviously you're prepared to engage Northwestern in the process to make sure that it's an equitable environment. I just want to pledge to you from my perspective, and hopefully, and I know the board also has the same disposition, that this is not a Band-Aid position. This is a position that you will have the opportunity to weigh in on real issues as it relates to equity and inclusion from a substantive perspective. And I just want to welcome you onto this team and family from our perspective, and wish you great success.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Snowden.
Congratulations.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, when y'all approved the interim position a little over a month ago, I knew one of the first challenges that we would have was the retirement of Dr. Camille and filling that gap. And when we first started to go through that process, I called Dr. Henderson almost daily and said, I need some help. There's so much for me to do here. I can't focus on student services at the same time as doing everything else that we need to do. And I have truly been blessed because Dr. Valerie Fields just kind of fell from the sky and kind of walked into a perfect situation. She had come home a couple of years ago. She was in South Carolina to come take care of her parents in Winsboro. She grew up in Winsboro, went to Southern University. She got a master's degree from ULM. She got a specialist degree from ULM. She got a doctorate degree from Louisiana Tech. So I don't know if we could pick a more Louisiana person to come to ULM, to come back. She's worked at ULM before. She's worked in academic affairs and student affairs. She brings a tremendous amount of experience and knowledge. And I am just so pleased and happy and blessed that we have Dr. Fields to come to ULM and help me. We've had a lot of long night conversations in the last month as she has kind of helped and given me guidance as we have gone through the challenges that we had when I first got here. And I'm greatly indebted to her for all of her help for that. So she's got a lot to do and looking forward to it. And so I'm truly excited to have her here and a part of the team that I have. And from my standpoint, it's a little different being on this side than being on the other side where I'm always having to do the agenda items. So it's nice for a change and for Valerie to be the first appointment that I have to make at ULM.
Val, welcome home.
Thank you. I would just like to say thank you to Interim President Lidoff and also to Dr. Henderson and the UL system board members. I am very excited about being back home, and I am excited that ULM has prepared to take a new look through at least some different lenses this time. And so I bring to the university this time some unlimited lenses magnifying Warhawk life. And so that's basically how I will enter working with Dr. Lidoff and the executive team here at the University of Louisiana Monroe. I am excited to do that. I will be working with him very closely with the initiatives that he has to come forth with. And my parents are in Winsboro, Louisiana, and they're very excited about having me home. And I told them we'll just take that a little bit at a time. So it's just good to be back. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Dr. Lidoff?
Yes, sir.
I want to thank you for your leadership moving the University of Louisiana at Monroe through a process. And I'd like to welcome Dr. Fields. I understand Dr. Fields is another superstar being added to what we are doing here in the University of Louisiana system. So again, congratulations on the appointment, and congratulations to you, Dr. Lidoff, in making a wise decision to have such a substantive person added to the family of the University of Louisiana at Monroe. And I just want to welcome you to the team and thank you for giving your time to this worthy cause.
Thank you.
Marcus, is that all the introductions? That's it. Mr. Chairman, that's all the introductions we have today.
Might want to unmute Virgil.
Thank you. That concludes the business of the Personnel Committee. The next committee is the Legislative Committee. The Chairman, I yield back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. At this time, I'd ask Mr. Salter to address items under the Legislation Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. What I would do is to ask that Cam report on the regular legislative session. May have some to make about the special session that's to be concluded the 30th. Cammie?
Thank you, Mr. Salter. Thank you, Mr. Romero, Dr. Henderson, and the rest of the board. The regular session of the Louisiana Legislature wrapped up on June 1st at 6 p.m. We were watching several instruments throughout the abbreviated session that would have an effect on our work and the work of our member institutions. A couple of bills addressed COVID-19 related provisions for students, codifying the resolution of the governor to accommodate students with TOPS in response to COVID-19. Senator Field's bill extends the deadline for the ACT to September 30th, waives standard academic progress and GPA requirements for top students. Representative Garofalo's bill had a similar bill that was amended to delay a law that was supposed to increase GPA requirements for the TOPS Performance Award this fall. That new requirement will now go into effect next fall. Both bills have been signed by the governor. Representative Emerson carried a bill that was affectionately called the Free the Transcript Bill. This bill was designed to no longer allow institutions to hold students' transcripts due to debts to the institution. While our system was in full support of the bill, it did receive opposition. Ultimately, the bill passed, but not in its original posture. The act acknowledges the management board's ability to create policies to eliminate those holds on transcripts. And this is something our board addressed in February when it updated the system student with debt policy to allow institutions to release transcripts to students current on debt repayment plans. That bill was signed by the governor to take effect August 1st. Senator Jackson carried a bill that allows post-secondary education management boards to provide sick leave policies in which employees can use sick leave to care for immediate family members. And the governor signed that bill as well. Representative Brass carried a bill extending dual enrollment. The bill creates a grant program that, once funded, will help build the dual enrollment capacity statewide, and that bill has been signed by the governor. As you may recall, we were closely monitoring a bill by Representative Zarang that offered operational and fee autonomy to management boards. The fee authority we currently have expires in 5 days. The bill made it through much of the process, but ultimately died on the Senate calendar. As you're aware, the work was not completed by June 1st, and we began the first extraordinary session on June 1st at 6:01 p.m. There's no rest for the weary. The session is largely focused on the budget. Representative Zarang did offer an autonomies bill in the current session, but the operational autonomies piece, they were not allowed to be included due to the contents of the special session call. So that bill is currently on the House calendar, but will likely not continue in the process. Representative Mincy is carrying a bill that would limit the liabilities of our system and member institutions during declared emergencies. This bill passed off the House floor Tuesday and will be in Senate Finance tomorrow. Senate Education tomorrow. The state's capital construction bill, HB2, is awaiting the governor's signature. This bill includes several projects for our system, including the McNeese Shearman Fine Arts Building renovation, Northwestern's Kaiser Hall replacement, UL Lafayette's Healthcare Ed and Training Facility, UL Lafayette's Engineering Classroom Building, roof replacement at UNO, Grambling infrastructure repairs and assessment, Madison Hall renovation on this campus. The bill did not include any funding for deferred maintenance projects. So like I said, that one is awaiting the governor's signature right now. So the budget bill was passed out of Senate Finance yesterday. It currently has a $21 million cut for higher education. Our system would experience an overall cut of $5.6 million in state general fund if that remains in the current posture. Dr. Henderson testified in House Appropriations and Senate Finance. After each testimony, we received really positive feedback on our work and a genuine desire to support higher education. We're still working with members on solutions to address the deficit. The legislature must complete its business no later than June 30th. There are still rumors of a second special session in October to make additional actions on the budget based on state revenues and federal support. I'll have a more complete report to y'all next week once session is over, a written report. And that's all I have for now, unless you have questions. I think you're muted, Mr. Salter.
The only thing I would add is I noticed that on the Senate floor, the appropriations bill will be taken up tomorrow. And of course, we won't really know really what we've got until the dust settles after the session is over. This is, of course, a report only. It doesn't require anything on the part of the board, any action. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Any comments? We don't have any others at this time, as far as I know, and that concludes the Business Legislation Committee, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Salter. And I certainly appreciate everyone's participation in the committee deliberations today. I'd like to drift from the agenda for just a moment. And again, thank Dr. Savoy and the UL system family, for University of Louisiana Lafayette family, for welcoming us to the campus. I think you are facilitating the technological capabilities we needed to allow our business to be conducted today, and would like to welcome you to offer some remarks at this time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and let me extend a welcome to all of you here and those, the Zoom bombers who are watching from all over the state. It's our pleasure to host you in the Cecil Picard building. Cecil was a friend and colleague and the champion of Louisiana's LA4 program, which is aimed at young children to get them the right start and to impact their future. And it's appropriate that we meet here because that's the business that we're in, doing the right things early on so that we can have a brighter future. And I appreciate the deep discussions and conversations that you've had here and all the important work that we have left to do. Welcome to my colleagues, and hopefully you can have a good expedited end of your meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Savoy, and again, we appreciate the warm welcome. Thank you, Dr. Savoy. Dr. Henson, if you would like to proceed with your report this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me add my gratitude to President Savoy and his whole staff for pulling this off, to have a hybrid meeting where you have so many people in person and those attending online. It was the chairman's vision to do that. And when he said, hey, make it happen, I said, not a problem at all. So I called Cammie. I said, hey, Cammie, make this happen. And she said, not a problem at all. And she called T-Joe, and here we are. And it wasn't a problem, was it, Joe? So thank you. And so to T-Joe's staff, thank you for making it not a problem for any of the rest of us I just named. Also, Mr. Chairman, I aired earlier in the Personnel Committee, we have a member that was appointed today, a vice president at McNeese, that has become such an important part of the UL system family. I forgot to let him be introduced. And so I'd like for President Burkell to reintroduce to us his vice president for university advancement, Dr. Wade Roos, who thought he was off the hook.
Well, Dr. Roos has been with us as our Dean of the College of Business, but being with Wade, it's not very hard to see that he has a great deal of talent and ability that we could tap into at the advancement level. And so we're just very excited to have him lead our advancement efforts. We've had a individual who's been in that position for about 40 years. So he's following someone who has built our fund up to about $100 million. So I told Wade I'd like to have it doubled in 7 years. So he's up for the challenge, and I'd like to introduce to you Dr. Wade Roos.
Mr. Chairman, board members, we're trying to fly underneath the radar because I was introduced to you not that long ago. So I'm going to keep this very, very short. I continue to be excited to be back home in the great state of Louisiana. I'm humbled to be a part of the leadership team at McNeese and a part of this system. as we together attack the challenges of higher education to make certain that we change the lives of generations to come. So I'm just pumped up to be back home, catching a few speckled trout. Life is good. I'm humbled to be here and was intentionally trying to find the radar. So thank you, Mr. President.
No dice. Thank you very much.
Say, one more thing. I'd like to offer my congratulations to my colleague, Dr. Michael Snowden, for his hiring at Northwestern State University. I had the opportunity to talk to Dr. Maggio about Dr. Snowden and told him that he would not find a better person to fulfill that position and to advance his institution. Dr. Snowden has helped us to build a culture that we live, not just that we talk about, but that we live at McNeese State University. And I'm just excited about the work he's going to be able to do and help Dr. Maggio at Northwestern. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Northwestern victories over McNeese are all too rare. So thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, our personnel actions, the board members were emailed copies of the personnel actions for review. These have been reviewed by staff and they're recommended for approval. We will need a motion and a second, Mr. Chair, and a vote.
So moved. Moved by Mr. Murphy,
Second.
second by Ms. Methvin. Roll call vote, please, Erica.
Yes, sir. Ms. Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Dr. Clark?
Yes.
Dr. Condos? Mr. Crawford?
Yes.
Ms. Donahoe?
Yes.
Dr. Egan?
Yes.
Mr. Kitchen?
Yes.
Ms. Medvin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
Ms. Pierre?
Yes.
Mr. Robinson? Mr. Robinson? Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Ms. Russell? Mr. Salter? Mr. Salter? Okay, thank you. The motion still passes.
Thank you very much. Our COVID-19 recap, the ad hoc committee that was originally too optimistically named the Ad hoc Committee for Post-Pandemic Response has been renamed the Ad hoc Committee for Pandemic Response. Met last month to approve system-level guidelines to provide a framework for our member institutions. They build in-depth plans for the return to campus this fall. Through guidance from the CDC and other public health organizations, they continue to evolve. Our institutions are prepared to provide a safe environment in the return to in-person teaching. We know that fall 2020 will look far more like universities than spring of 2020 did. But we also are quite aware that they'll look decidedly different than fall of 2019 did. And that's just the reality of the situation. And it's a dynamic situation to be sure. We adopted 4 guiding principles, and these principles are hierarchical. In other words, each follows the preceding principle. And first and foremost, the health and safety of students, faculty, staff, and our communities are paramount. Second, the continuity of learning and research must be maintained, adapting to fulfill principle 1 as appropriate and necessary. Third is the financial health and viability of the enterprise must be protected, and it's dependent upon the fulfillment of principles 1 and 2. And fourth, the one that we don't talk about it as much, but it's very real, and that's the social, emotional, and economic welfare of our communities must be considered, and those are dependent upon the fulfillment of principles 1, 2, and 3. It's staying in lockdown in and of itself is an unhealthy disposition for us to be. And so to the extent we are able to return to some sense of normalcy within the guidelines provided by public health officials, we will try to do that. We've worked very closely with the institutions. The institutions themselves have been doing more planning than perhaps they ever have done. We talked earlier this morning at a President's Council meeting about the impact of this pandemic and tried to relate it to something else that we may have experienced. And most of us were here during the recovery of Hurricanes Katrina and Rita. But even those recoveries paled in comparison to the disruption that we've seen by this pandemic. And so it is new territory. I'm very, very pleased at the planning that has occurred, both at the system level, certainly at the university level, the way they have engaged numerous constituencies. We have reached some agreements on some things that will be uniform. For example, in classrooms this fall, everybody will be wearing a mask. Everybody. If you want to attend class, you'll wear a mask. Well, that's easy for us to say from here. At the university level, that means educating students about the importance of wearing a mask, educating faculty and staff about the importance of wearing a mask, adopting student codes of conduct so that they ensure that it is a requirement that they wear a mask. And so there's a number of factors that accompany each of these. Accommodating faculty and students. We have faculty that we employ that are part of vulnerable populations, those populations that have been seen to be more susceptible to complications from the virus or have what we call comorbidities associated with the virus. And accommodating students who fall in those same categories, or faculty and students who are required to be in the presence of someone from a vulnerable population. That's an easy statement to make, but the complications that results in the operations at our university are significant. But our presidents and their teams have embraced that. And as we go through this together collectively as communities and certainly as a system, then I'm certain we're going to do what's in the best interest of students, faculty, staff, and communities. I mentioned earlier that during the Finance Committee report that we'll have a meeting in late July. As soon as we have a survey of the best dates possible for those board members, we will call a meeting of the ad hoc committee and the Finance Committee to talk specifically about the impact of COVID-19 and our plans to address that, but also to take a deeper dive into the financial impact as those variables become more real. Shifting gear to inclusion and diversity. You know, many of us thought that COVID-19 would dominate the stage as the most challenging time for our country in 2020, and we've learned otherwise. The tragic deaths of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, and Breonna Taylor have sparked social unrest and have illuminated challenges that have faced this country for generations. They require an in-depth assessment of ourselves as individuals, as well as our institutions. Now, our system answered the initial call with a statement reaffirming this board's commitment to diversity, a commitment that you established 3 years ago with a broad blanket statement about our commitment to diversity. And earlier in May, we released the statement that during the past few days, many universities have had to make reactive statements to condemn racist remarks and reassure communities at large that an environment of hate will not be tolerated. These moments of reaction are important and will continue to be part of the narrative as we move through these times of social unrest, but equally important is the opportunity to be proactive. Our system has taken a bold stand against racism by driving policy to improve the lives of our Black students, faculty, and staff through equity and inclusion initiatives. We remain committed to this imperative work as we humbly listen to and learn from the Black community to ensure everyone feels valued by our universities. In the weeks following, our universities began taking a deeper look at their institutions, meeting with students of color to hear about their experiences on campus, reviewing policies and programs in place designed to make our institutions thrive as inclusive organizations, and examine university symbols and building names to understand those things that we memorialize. We understand why we memorialize them. Going forward, we did not get a chance because of COVID-19 to fully acknowledge a very significant step we took at the system office in March. On March 1st, we expanded the role of Dr. Claire Norris to include our diversity and inclusion work that we started 3 years ago. And she now serves as our system's Chief Diversity Officer. Claire has been working with our campus Chief Diversity Officers on various initiatives, and I'd like her to provide the board with an update on the various efforts of the system to elevate diversity and inclusion. Board members, I humbly submit we could not find a more capable professional to lead what I think is the generational work of this system than Claire Norris. Claire.
I think that I'm the last person at the mic, so I'm going to pull this off for just a minute here. When I first was hired at the system, I remember being introduced to the board, and I remember saying that I couldn't wait to become a part of this system because of its value for equity. It's my love language. So to move into this role is just absolutely exciting. So thank you guys for giving me this opportunity. So I'll talk to you a little bit about inclusion and diversity and the work that we've done as a system, the good work that we've done. So Jess, you could hit the next slide. So the two images that I have before you really seem to summarize the first half of 2020. On the left, you see data. It's a snapshot of data provided by the Louisiana Department of Public Health in the early parts of June that represents COVID-19, a virus that was identified in Wuhan, China, and has spread throughout the world, and to date has killed nearly 500,000 people. 120,000 of those deaths have been in the United States. To bring it a little closer to home, we've had over 3,000 deaths in Louisiana. The unsettling thing about this virus is it has disproportionate impacts on African Americans. In Louisiana, research has shown that over 50% of the deaths were African Americans. The image on the right is an image of a Baton Rouge protest following the murder of George Floyd at the hands of the police. We are seeing communities across the country and the world call for racial justice. Recognizing that this issue isn't new, it's systemic. It's part of institutional racism that renders Black people the most vulnerable to this pandemic and a wide range of quality of life indicators. Research has shown that Black and brown people lag far behind their white counterparts in almost every single quality of life indicator. If you're like me, these events have left you with some sleepless nights. I believe that all leaders, regardless of the area that you serve, you've been asking yourself, what's my course of action? In 2017, this board adopted a strategic framework that committed to producing the most educated and prepared generation in our state's history. This framework recognized that in order to do this, we had to make sure that we provided access and success to all populations. As leaders of higher education, we understand that education is the great equalizer. We understand that it has a direct correlation to nearly all quality of life indicators, employability, health outcomes, civic engagement and participation, wealth, etc. Nelson Mandela said it best, education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. Under the leadership of Dr. Khan, a diversity and inclusion task force was assembled to help identify and prioritize the work ahead, ultimately resulting in recommendations and work that would ensure equitable educational environments and workplaces. In 2018, you adopted the UL system's commitment to diversity. This commitment recognized diversity as essential to operational effectiveness and mission fulfillment. We understand our commitment recognizes both the moral and economic imperative of making sure that we have diverse and inclusive environments. That was a huge step. We accelerated those efforts to increase diversity and inclusion in our talent and leadership pipeline. By including measures of accountability in each president's evaluation, we sent a clear message. Diversity and inclusion are priorities. To date, our data suggests that in 2017, the top management leadership positions were only comprised of about 15% of African Americans. Today, we're at 20%. Today's approvals show our continued commitment to this work. Through Dr. Ayub's Management and Leadership Institute, a talent of very diverse leaders have emerged. Since the program's inception, we've had over 15 Black and Brown leaders who've been promoted. We continue to seek partnerships with organizations that fight for racial equality. In the last 2 years, we've partnered with organizations such as 100 Black Men, the Urban League, and the Reginald F. Lewis Foundation. For example, a year ago, we met with leaders from 100 Black Men to establish an MOU where the system committed to hosting programs, offering campus tours, providing application waivers to participants of 100 Black Men, and developing and disseminating resource guides for participants and parents to connect with faculty and staff on campuses. Each of the system's 9 member institutions have a history of providing programming and training around diversity and equity. One of the things that we have done, I guess more recently as the system, is sort of to ensure that we have a space, if you will, to house these efforts. And so we, through that partnership with our Reginald F. Lewis, we established an RF Lewis Equity Initiative. I hope that you guys received it in your email yesterday afternoon. I'm sorry for it being late. To be honest with you guys, most of this work was done before I moved into this position. When Dr. Henderson approached me, I was excited. I shared with him, this is my love language. He was adamant about keeping the effectiveness part of my title. I didn't understand it, but I didn't want him to change his mind, so I really didn't question it. After we went on lockdown, I had an opportunity to virtually meet with all the chief diversity officers at our 9 institutions. And what I found, the area that we were missing maybe or needed improvement most was the data area. We needed data to advance our equity work. And I'm going to ask Jesse to pull up some of the work that's been happening. What we've been doing is we had an opportunity to bring institutional researchers together with the CDOs. And what we learned was that if we could empower our leaders with information, they can really make some impactful changes. And honestly, we can better tell our story. So as Jesse pulls this up, one of the things we learned, we looked at fall enrollment for 2019. And I'm excited about our work ahead. This system serves, in raw numbers, more African Americans than any other system in the state at the 4-year institution level. So we have our work ahead of us. We have a population that is ready to move through the pipeline, and we can get them prepared.
All right, what's your password?
You got me breaking all kind of rules. So you see here, we are at 90,000 students, and I'm going to pick on Jesse just for a second. But Jesse, if you click on race, yep, and if you click all, and then click Black for me. Yep, you had it. Perfect. If you look at our system, we are serving half of the Black population of the state at the 4-year level. So we have to ensure that we have an inclusive environment for our students to succeed. All right, Jess, do you mind clicking? You can just click on the big bar. So what the IR team did was we said, you know what, we've got to create an enrollment dashboard so it can better tell our story and share it with our leaders. So we worked to do this. We look at our trends, and I'm going to pick on Jesse just a little bit more. If you click on the institution logo, we have built out enrollment dashboards for each institution. All of those questions that you were asking is right at the hands of our leaders. And so you see here that we are beginning to answer questions about closing achievement gaps in a whole new way. I'll tell this story because I want to be careful with time here, but I'll tell you this story. I had an opportunity to call one of our IR team members and talk to her about how data has really empowered their team. And so I was talking with Renee Hicks, who is an IR member at Nicholls, and she shared with me they had this really unique opportunity. They noticed they had an issue around retention. And when they drilled down further and isolated variables, they found 2 variables that showed significance after controlling for all variables, and that was race and gender. They found that among African-American males, they weren't being retained at the rate of their white counterparts. So they were able, based on data, to target the issue, and they developed the CROWN program. And I'm so excited to report to you that those efforts have really closed the achievement gap. In 2017 and 18, the retention rate between Black men and white men, there was a gap of about 12%. Today it's at 2%. That is the work that we've been doing. That's our work.
That's awesome.
So, you know, then we often don't realize when we start sharing data what it does. They shared it with their campus community. And the faculty started saying, okay, I see you. You're in my class. I want to make sure I include you. And so it just became a culture of retention for Black men. And so everyone has to be a part of the diversity work. It's not just my job. It's not just the CDO's job. Diversity and inclusion has to overlay the foundation of what we do. When I work with Dr. Khan, one of the first questions she asked for is data. And that's how we move this work forward. And so, thank you, Jesse. I know I put you on the spot there. And so as we continue to move forward, we have a number of opportunities, but we have had, Dr. Khan and I met with all the CDOs from around our campuses, and we found out what their needs were. We found out their victories, and we realized we can better leverage the existing resources and skills within our system. We have it, it's there. Nope, next slide, thanks. Oh, it's okay, I'm sorry. And so we sort of had an opportunity to start mapping out the work ahead because there's always work to do. And so we've come to realize there are a number of steps that we can take, and I'm actually not gonna follow the order of the PowerPoint, but strategic planning around diversity and inclusion. We understand that plans matter, right? And so we need to set goals around diversity and inclusion and meet those goals. And if we're not meeting them, try to understand what the data is telling us, why we're not meeting them. We also plan to get a campus climate survey out. We currently do campus climate surveys, but it's not around inclusion measures. So Louisiana Tech has a survey that they have administered. They intend to share it. We will have researchers validate that survey and make sure it works on our 9 campuses, and really begin to have a benchmark for where we stand with inclusion as we work on the planning efforts. We also would like to establish an advisory board where we can hear voices from our 9 campuses, but also the community as it relates to diversity and inclusion. And then finally, Michael Snowden, Dr. Snowden, and his counterpart, Dr. Mallory at UL Lafayette, came up with the amazing idea. NADOHE is an organization for diversity officers in the higher ed, and they allow for chapters. And so they thought it was a great idea, and we supported to establish a chapter in Louisiana. Now, I should be clear, it wouldn't belong to the system, it would belong to the state. But we would be the champions in those efforts. This is just the beginning of some of the work that we've done. In the interest of time, I haven't hit every institution and all of the work they're doing around diversity and inclusion. But I did ask each campus to provide me with a report so I could better understand their efforts. And diversity and inclusion on those campuses include efforts to ensure gender equality, to ensure equality around class, to ensure first generation students have access to our campuses and can be successful in our campuses, to ensure we're using the proper pronouns as we are in this climate of remote learning, to ensure that our students feel included. And so those are just some of the high level kind of efforts and things that we've done in the last few years.
Claire, thank you very much. Board members, I don't know if there's any questions for Claire or for me at this point.
Yes, this is James. Dr. Norris, what an incredible presentation. And Dr. Henderson, you could not have chosen a more able scholar in person to handle this very, very serious chore and responsibility here to make sure we have a more equitable system. I have a direct question as it relates to persons of color and diversity and all types of diversity and gender and so on and so forth, as it relates to the academic deans, provosts, et cetera, at institutions outside of Grambling. Do we have any academic leadership in any other institution, whether it's the dean, whether it's the provost, et cetera, at any of the institutions outside of Grambling who are people of color?
You know, Mr. Carter, I promised myself I wouldn't call anyone out or any institution.
You don't have to name them by name.
Okay, but we are seeing representation. I know that UNO recently hired a woman of color who is amazing to work in academic affairs, and also helps with her position allows her to also focus on the diversity and inclusion. And the nice thing is that when I talk about the CDOs, she always brings us back to the importance of faculty and staff, and she serves in the provost capacity. We are starting to see that. And I would argue personally that this movement hasn't really been slow. It's been a pretty progressive movement. You know, when I was hired, the first thing I did was look at our website, and I felt included. I saw people who look like me, and that matters. So I agree with you. We are starting to see it at the dean level as well as the provost level. And again, I won't call out names, but the work is happening.
Supervisor Carter, if I could, Supervisor Carter, when you said to leave out Grambling, that's such an important part, because with data, we can manipulate data all day long because we have Grambling in our system, and it distorts everything. When Claire gave the numbers earlier about our growth in top management teams and people of color, that excluded Grambling.
Correct.
Right, and so I'm glad that you said that, because we didn't say that earlier, but it's important that the data we produce is a true illustration of who we are as a system.
Thank you.
Right, and that goes to the integrity, and like I said in the beginning, the person that you have doing this is just an incredible person filled with integrity and strategic intelligence and so on there. So the reality of the matter, from what I can understand, based upon what I know, and you can tell me otherwise, while it is true that we're moving in that direction, we have a dearth of people of color in those positions. And that is why we're doing, it's in part why we're looking at this work. And I would like to also reemphasize from my perspective that we're talking about qualified diversity. Again, that's a term I like to use. We're not just talking about diversity for diversity purposes. We're talking about what we call qualified diversity, as exhibited by the individuals today that we saw who were appointed to the various positions at University of Louisiana, Monroe, as well as Northwestern. These are highly qualified, and there are plenty of them of the like out in the broader community. I'm also glad to see that Dr. Norris stated very early on the importance of data. And that's very, very important. As you can see, and we experienced in the earlier part of our presentation today, the ability to look at the data as it relates to the various finances going to the universities and various grants and so on. We were able to get a panoramic look at what's going on to make strategic decisions going forward. So Dr. Norris, thank you for your good work, and Dr. Henderson and the entire board. I'm just looking forward to the data, which I requested a few days ago on the various levels, and we don't have to go into that right now. We want to work on that. The data I requested so we can continue to go forward in a way that we improve the nature of our situation here in the University of Louisiana system and continue to move towards, again, being one of the best opportunities and programs, not only here in Louisiana, in the region, in the country, but in the world. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Carter.
Dr. Norris, I also want to commend you for the work and leadership you provided in this area. I think you're doing things for the right reason and doing them the right way. Dr. Henderson's leadership in establishing the momentum that started this movement, I believe is a true catalyst to giving us the inclusion necessary to make us better, make us more competitive, successful, and enterprising. So I want to certainly tell you that you have the support of me as a board member, and I will look forward to your work on a go-forward basis.
Thank you.
So board members, I have to tell you, we're talking about data and we're talking about top management teams. And, you know, my research was on the makeup of top management teams, how diversity of top management teams impacts organizational culture and organizational success. And not only do they impact the culture, they impact the performance. And so while you want to have demographic diversity, you need to also have experiential diversity, psychometric diversity, and extraordinarily competent professionals. And when you look at the team that we have assembled at the system office, it certainly reflects, I think, our values as a system. And Dr. Norris is a perfect example of that. And Claire, thank you very much for your continued excellent work. With that, an update on the ULM search. Last month, the search committee selected 7 semifinalists to be interviewed on ULM's campus in August. We've completed the reference, I said, we. Sandra and Vicki Gentry and Erica Calais have completed the reference checks. Thanks for the script, and formal background screenings on all semifinalists. Also, we continue to receive letters of support for candidates as well as public input via emails. I'm pleased that the ULM community has continued to be active throughout this process, and we're now working on logistics for the semifinalist interviews on campus, which are scheduled to occur during the week of August 17th. The interviews will take place over a 3-day span with 2 to 3 candidates per day being interviewed. During their time on campus, the semifinalists will meet with students, faculty, staff, alumni, and community leaders. Members of these constituencies will have opportunity to provide substantive feedback to the committee. A final search committee meeting will conclude the week during which the committee members will entertain public comment and select at least 2 finalists for interview by the Board of Supervisors at its August 27th meeting in Baton Rouge. I do think it's an appropriate time for me to commend and thank profusely Edwin Litoff for his leadership that he has shown at ULM. He's done an extraordinary job in an extraordinarily difficult circumstance, and I'm just grateful to him for his work on that. We have a revision to our policy procedure manual related to sexual misconduct. You've been emailed a copy of those. These changes included recent Title IX requirements. So there was an adjustment in the guidance around Title IX. I'd asked Erica Calais to talk about these changes. Erica, assumed to be Dr. Calais.
Welcome. Had to do it. Okay, thank you, Dr. Henderson. In light of the new Title IX regulations that were released by the Department of Education on May 6th, we have revised our sexual misconduct policy to align with the new mandates. Under the final regulations, schools must publish policies that contain the regulations' revised definition of sexual harassment and provide the name and contact information of the institution's Title IX coordinator. The policies must also establish written gender-neutral grievance procedures that treat complainants and respondents equally. The institutions must also provide reasonably prompt timeframes for resolution of formal complaints, which may only be delayed temporarily and for good cause. They must also state the standard of evidence, and what we've done with our policy is we have selected the standard of evidence so that our institutions can have some consistency. And so we will use the preponderance of evidence standard. And we will use this standard, the same standard for formal complaints against students and formal complaints against employees, including faculty. The institutions must also include a right to appeal on certain specified grounds, and they must describe the range of supported measures available to parties. They must also prohibit the use of information protected by privilege during the grievance process, unless the person holding the privilege has waived it. There were some other changes with the investigation and hearing procedures. At the outset of a sexual harassment investigation, the final regulations require that both parties receive written notice that include details of the alleged harassment, a statement of the presumption of innocence, notice that parties are entitled to advisors of their choice, which may include an attorney, the right to inspect and review certain evidence, and a statement that making false statements may subject a party to discipline. Parties must receive this notice and be given sufficient time to prepare before any initial interview. The final regulations impose detailed requirements relating to gathering and reviewing evidence during an investigation. Once evidence is gathered, the school must prepare a detailed investigative report that is shared with the parties before any hearing. The final regulations also require that institutions conduct a live hearing at which both parties must be allowed to present information to the decision makers who cannot be the Title IX coordinator or have been involved in the investigation. The live hearing must allow for cross-examination of the parties and witnesses by a party's advisor. Parties themselves, however, may not conduct cross-examination. If a party does not have an advisor, the school must provide one free of charge. During the live hearing, the decision makers must rule on objections in real time. Decisions as to whether a particular question is relevant must be made before a party or witness is required to answer. Under the final regulations, appeals must be permitted on the basis of procedural irregularities, new evidence, or conflict of interest. A school may, but is not required to offer additional grounds for appeal as long as they are available to both parties. Any appeal must be decided by an individual not previously involved in the investigation or hearing process. The final regulations also address other issues, including the circumstances under which a school may allow for informal resolution of sexual harassment allegations, some substantial record keeping requirements, and provisions related to retaliation. Training is another major component of the new regulations. Title IX coordinators, investigators, and decision makers are required to receive training. The new regulations will go into effect on August 14th. I am pleased to say that this revised policy is a result of a group effort. The help and advisement of legal counsel were critical during this process. I would like to thank Brandon DeQueer, Linda Clark, and Marcus Jones. There is a core group of individuals known as the UL System Title IX Work Group that we created, who helped to get the ball rolling with this policy and other Title IX work. We have been meeting weekly since May to discuss the new regulations and compliance. If I may, I would like to recognize these individuals. The Title IX work group consists of Beverly Crawford from Grambling State University, Justin Cavalier, Louisiana Tech, Jean Prejean, Southeastern, Margarita Perez, UL Lafayette, Trina Kimball, ULM, and Amy Anderson King, UNO. I appreciate their work and the work of the other Title IX coordinators. Again, this policy has been carefully vetted by the campuses, legal counsel, and system staff. This is a report only. Thank you.
Erica, thank you for that brief summary on the changes. And board members, I say that to be funny, but also that is a brief summary of that work. And I hope that it helps convey a bit of the complexity of the work that Erica Kelly leads for our system in such an exemplary fashion. And also the work of our Title IX coordinators and our student services officials on campuses. Their work is complex, it is voluminous, and they do an extraordinary job of it. I want to thank all of them as well. But Erica, thank you for your leadership of that. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Henderson, and thank all of you who contributed today. I think there was a tremendous amount of ground covered today, and we appreciate you taking the time and interest to attend in person. And those of you who could not, we certainly appreciate your time and participating here as well. I want to further acknowledge our fellow board members, presence in the system, staff members, those who extended in a very generous way contributions to establish a UL System Foundation Student Board Member Scholarship. You know, this is a new vision. We certainly have some high quality students that have served in historically, and that I think will continue to come forward to offer their service. It's about service. We know that the students who have been on this board have been really the epitome of leadership. And I certainly look forward to this coming year. I know that everyone makes sacrifices to serve on this board. Our students, particularly, in many cases, are balancing education, work, and other obligations in order to serve and bring value to their relative role on the board. I want to lastly thank Rachel for her time and effort, and wish her the best as she pursues her law degree. I hope that the tradition we established today can continue in the future so that we can honor those who contribute so much of their time, talent, and certainly reward us with their contributions. Next, we'll have a review of legal matters involving UL system institutions. We'd like to enter into executive session, discuss and receive a report on pending litigation involving our campuses. The Board of Supervisors for the University of Louisiana system may meet in executive session to discuss legal matters under the provisions of Louisiana Revised Statute 4217. While in executive session, the board may not make any motions or take any votes. May I have a motion and a second to go into executive session?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Donahoe, second by Mr. Murphy. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Bailey? Yes. Mr. Carter? Dr. Clark?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
you're still there. Thank you. Dr. Clark?
Yes.
Dr. Condos? Mr. Crawford? Ms. Donahoe?
Yes.
Dr. Egan?
Yes.
Mr. Kitchen?
Yes.
Ms. Methvin? Mr. Murphy? Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
Ms. Pierre?
Yes.
Mr. Robinson? Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Ms. Russell? Mr. Salter?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Erica. The board will now adjourn to executive session.
Cammy,
I'd like to watch the transition of those on Zoom.
Are we staying here?
Board members, those of you who are participating via Zoom, you're now going to be moved into what's called a breakout room, and it may prompt you to select yes that you're willing to go. Marcus will be the staff member in the room and available for assistance. If you should need anything, he does have a way to contact me if you have technical problems. All right? Thank you all.
Hey, George.
Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors for the University of Louisiana System met in executive session to discuss legal matters. While in executive session, said no motions and no votes were taken. Is there a motion to reconvene in open session?
I so move.
Moved by Sean Murphy, second by Liz Pierre. Roll call vote, please, Erica.
Ms. Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. Carter? Dr. Clark? Dr. Condos? Mr. Crawford? Ms. Donahoe?
Yes.
Gotcha. Dr. Egan? Mr. Kitchen? Ms. Medvin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
Ms. Pierre?
Yes.
Ms. Robinson? Okay, Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Ms. Russell? Mr. Salter?
Yes.
Okay,
It's unanimous.
yes.
Thank you, Ms. Colley.
You're welcome.
So before we go to conclude our business today, I want to extend a very happy 29th birthday to Claire Norris. We're so glad we got to spend your birthday with you. I'm sure you would have had a better choice if it was your choice. Happy birthday. Any other comments from the board at this time? So remind our next meeting is scheduled for August 27th. Stay tuned for details concerning that meeting. Please continue to take care of yourselves and your families. There's no further business. I'd like to have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Murphy, second by Ms. Bailey. We stand adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.